bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome and happy Thursday. Well, forgot what day of the week it is. Thursday, it's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics, and we might get a little political every now and again. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill today, including there may be a weapons prequel in the works. The movie is doing so well. Yes, Zach Cregger is hinting that we may get a possible weapons prequel. Well, I give over all thoughts on that. Plus, we did talk a little bit about it the other day. I gave my little review, a quick review of Katy Perry's Madison Square Garden performance, all that good stuff. But now she's clapping back at the haters who said selling out N.Y.C's Madison Square Garden couldn't be done. So we're getting a little deeper into that. Plus, Backstreet Boys doing so well over at the Sphere. They've added more dates to their Millennium run. Taylor Swift, we got to talk about her new album and the whole leaks and all of the other stuff and all the discourse surrounding that. Lana Del Rey and Ethel Cain are going at it on social media, so we got to get into that. Plus, the controversial story of the hour. This top producers of the 21st century list that was created over by the Billboard. I see through y'all Maybelline and the mess y'all trying to do over there, because they added Beyoncé and she in the top 10. And it has started a discourse, so we're going to get into that story when we can get around, well, when we get around to it. Plus, Gloria Gaynor was just announced as someone who's going to get the Kennedy Center honor by Donald Trump, who's apparently hosting, because apparently he's supposed to be doing everything to be the president. He's doing everything but being the damn president, but he got time to sit and host events and things that he calls too damn woke. So people are wondering, is Gloria Gaynor a Trump supporter, and things about her, and the because, you know, I Will Survive is a big gay anthem. So there's controversy surrounding her getting the honor. And even down to the point that Ana Navarro from The View is suggesting to Gloria, she says, turn it down. Don't go. Don't get the award. Because you may you may get Donna Summer, basically, if you go up with the situation. And if y'all don't know the history of the Donna Summer and the what happened with her back in the day, where she was canceled by the gay community, the one community that was keeping her career afloat, I'll give you all the details when we get around to that story. Plus, Wendy Williams' guardianship, we got some bad news regarding what's going on with that, but her attorney is clapping back at this big story that People Magazine just did, where they were talking about they're holding up the dementia and the aphasia and all that stuff. Offset, is it a stunt, or is he really taking accountability for his part in why he and Cardi B are no longer together? We'll get into that. NeNe Leakes is confirming whether or not she's going to be joining the cast of Real Housewives of Atlanta season 17. Jussie Smollett is out here trying to sell his documentary over there at the Netflix. So we'll get into what he had to say about that, about the hate crime hoax and the people he's throwing under the bus in this whole situation that's out down in Chicago. Plus, we have the breakdown. There's more to this crazy story that I told you about the gay couple where one unalived his husband in their apartment in Harlem. There's a lot of stuff that's coming out from that. I didn't even know there were friends of mine who actually knew him. So, but of course, it's New York. You know, the gay community is real small out here. But we'll get into that. Plus, Luke Macfarlane is revealing his controversial first celebrity crush. He has revealed this before, to the point where Tosh.0 decided to drag him for it. But he did it again over there on Watch What Happens Live. So we'll break that down, who the controversial pick is. And Trixie and Katya are basically saying that they will do RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars under one condition. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. But before we get to those topics, if you have not done so already, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button, be sure to smash the notification button, and also hit that subscribe button. Excuse me. I was drinking soda, so I'm feeling a little gassy. So that way, you know, when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, also after the live stream, I will be putting in the timestamps so those who decide to come in and watch the playback can go to the topics in the description down below and click on whatever topic hits your tickles your fancy and all that good stuff. Okay. So now let me hit my banner, and you already know that I will be checking the comments and stuff after I do the first topic. So without further ado, Let's get into topic number one, and let's talk about Weapons. Now, Weapons is doing pretty well at the box office. I don't necessarily know. It might do a big again this weekend. It all depends. Tomorrow or tonight, basically, at 7 o'clock, because usually that's when the new movies come out now instead of just on a Friday. Um, oh my God, what's the name of that damn movie? Nobody 2. I almost forgot the name of it. Nobody 2, excuse me, is actually coming out. And I didn't even know it was coming out until the pundits that I watch on YouTube started mentioning. I'm like, damn, I totally forgot about the movie. But the movie is getting rave reviews. I already got my ticket earlier today, so I'm going to go see it tomorrow. And then when I come back, I'll let y'all know how it was when I give y'all the Friday show. So yes, there will be a Friday show. At first it wasn't going to be, but I was able to finagle my way out of a situation. So now I can give y'all a Friday show. But nevertheless, so now with all of this being said, I was looking at the movie and I was like, how are we getting a sequel or a prequel or whatever? Like, after the way the movie ended, I was like, the story was perfect the way it was. It ended the way I thought it ended perfectly. It was just a really good, slow building, creepy movie. I know some people say, oh, it's not that scary or whatever. And it's like, apples and oranges. Horror movies it's not a monolith where it's like, what is your level of what you think scary is? Do you look at it as like, um, Hostel? Is it Terrifier? Like, that's not a Friday the 13th, Halloween. Like, that there's different levels and different genres that make up the whole horror movie situation. But the thing about Weapons is that yes, it's a drama, it's a thriller, it has moments of creepy things that happen, but it's not necessarily your typical whatever, how do you ever you define horror. And I feel like horror is it's such a broad situation right now, it's hard to define what horror is. If it makes you feel unsettled and uneasy, to me, that's horror. So it could be in any kind of situation. I mean, there's been things comedies that I've considered um, or horrible, depending on how you look at it. But anyway, so there is a rumor that's going around, or some people are speculating, or even Zach Cregger might be even saying it, is that they may make one regarding Aunt Gladys. Now, I will say this: if you have not seen the movie, I may get a little spoilery in having this conversation. So I don't know if y'all want to stick around for or stick around, because I like when y'all stick up in here, but just mute. Everybody on mute, in the words of Beyonce, until I'm done with this segment. So according to the Hollywood Reporter, they said that Warner Brothers and New Line, Home of Weapons, is already talking with Cregger about making a prequel exploring the origin story of the strange aunt who suddenly arrives in town. Now, one of Weapons concedes is its chapter structure centering on particular characters, and sources say that Cregger actually has a chapter focused on Gladys and some of her backstory. He ultimately pulled that section from the script for length purposes. Now, with the movie's wild success, the lost chapter could be expanded into a full-length story. Sources said no details have been made, nor is there any timeline. Now, that's partly because Cregger is already in prep on his next feature, which y'all already know is Resident Evil, which they are they're actually doing pre-production as we speak in Prague. And he's doing that for Columbian Pictures, to which he is to receive, and this is like, all right, look at him. He's scraping up the court. Now, this is well deserved, unlike James Gunn, which I don't understand how the hell he giving himself $15 million to direct Superman when, in fact, he is the co-CEO of the DCU. So it's like, I feel like you double dipping over there. But him, Zach Cregger, because of the success of, Barbarian, and now the big success of Weapons, he deserves the $20 million that he's getting for this movie. And I'm sure that he'll put a bunch of unknowns in there. So that'll save some money on the film. But so it basically said that they said it's an astounding figure for a filmmaker working on only his third feature, not counting co-directing Little Scene 2011 feature The Civil War and Drugs, which he made far before becoming an A-list director, or 2009's Miss March for Searchlight. Evil is scheduled to open in theaters on September 18, 2026. So that's why they got to get cracking when making this movie. Now, the question on many lips is, where will Craig go next? If he was already a filmmaker on the rise thanks to out-of-nowhere success of his 2022 debut, Barbarian, Weapons has given him carte blanche and a pen to write his own ticket with the help of his CAA and artist first reps, of course. There's also been a story that's been going around that he's already written a script for a version of the Joker and Harley Quinn. I don't know if that's going to come about, especially after that disaster that was Foley Adudu. But the word on the curb is that he did write a treatment or something for a Harley Quinn Joker movie. At this point, I'm tired of them two. Can we put them to rest for a while? I know that James Gunn recently came out and said that the Harley Quinn character and Margot Robbie will be used. I'll let you guys know when we start to use it. I said, okay, like if you don't have anything relatively of interest to say regarding the Margot Robbie thing, stop trying to jerk us off with a lot of these what about isms or maybe isms or probably isms. And it's like if you have something in the works that you want us to know about, then maybe that's when you should release it. I just feel like you trying to control the narrative and everything on social media, and you get mad when all these scoopers like the Daniel RPKs and the Jeff Snyders, who Jeff Snyder got smoke. I seen that him with Roka the other day on the mic drop. He got smoked for James Gunn. So he's like trying to be out here so quick to discredit and get ahead of these scoopers and then trying to just jerk us off with a lot of this other stuff. And it's like, unless you have something of interest to say regarding the whole Superman universe, whatever the case is, I don't care. So just make your movie, put it out there, do what you got to do, and we can keep it moving. But James Gunn been getting on my damn nerves. And I love Superman, but he been like, to me, it's like the mystery of me loving this man in a lot of movies he's doing, with him running his mouth all over social media, he's starting to irritate my spirit. But besides that, with this whole thing, I just feel like we don't need a Joker, Harley Quinn, anything right now, unless you plan on having them pop up in something. But at this point, they've been Joker he's been used to death. I'm ready for new characters in the whole universe of Batman. And he keeps saying, well, that's the one everybody knows. Well, introduce people to new characters. Like there's characters that we could deep dive and that are of interest. You could put them in these films. We don't always have to go to the same usual suspects. It gets a little lame after a while. It's like you're going to the same thing over and over because you're thinking that you're going to get that quick cash grab or whatever the case is. But fans these days, all they care about is story, which is why I love the fact that Warner Brothers just said that in 2026, their main goal is they're going to focus on a lot of original content. Yeah, you'll get like the 2 DCU movies a year or whatever the case, but they said because of the success of a lot of the movies, like Warner Bros. Had a great year. A lot of the bigger films that'll come out this year, from Sinners even down to Weapons, and a bunch of other films that I can't think of off the top of my head, but those are the 2 I can think of what's in this whole Warner Brothers situation. Their movies have been relatively successful, and so clearly people want original IP. So that's why I laugh when people tell them there's nothing original. Everybody just making comic books, and I'm like, y'all have not been paying attention, or maybe you just being obtuse on purpose, because there have been plenty of movies, if you pay attention, that have been out here that have been relatively successful, that have been original IPs. It's just y'all so busy focusing on superhero stuff that you're not looking at the bigger picture. So they also said that he's got other stuff in the works that is called Henchman, an original story that would be up for Warner Brothers. That's now its DC Studios division, must seriously consider. And then there's Flood, a sci-fi script that he's already written. Now, they also said that co-movie chief Michael DeLuca was the first exec in town to finish reading the Weapons script and made an offer that after Cregger and producer Roy Lee sent it out at 8 a.m. sharp 1 January in 2023. And how a lot of people were in a bidding war for it. And I heard that this was the movie that Jordan Peele was pissed that he wasn't able to get the rights to that movie. Because Warner and New Line won the battle. And Monkey Paw Productions, which is Jordan Peele's production, they were trying to get the project, and that was the one that got away, because this would be a big hit for Jordan Peele if he was able to get his hands on it. And so they said Mike DeLuca also tried to land the rights to Cregger's Resident Evil, losing that one to Sony, and he's been eager to get him back into the studio fold ever since, because he's making money for Warner Brothers. So of course you want to get him back into the fold. And so Weapons has opened up to $43 million domestically, more than $10 million ahead of the expectations, because a lot of people expected it to be around $30 to $33 million. It actually brought in, like I said, $43 million. Globally has brought in $83 million as of Monday. And I'm sure it's probably made more, and I'm sure because of due to word of mouth, that there will be some people that will be up in here and be like, because everybody's talking about it, I'm gonna go to the movies and see it. So to get to the point of where I'm going with all of this, because I just want to point all that out. Like I said, I couldn't see the possibility of them conjuring up a prequel or a sequel. But then thinking about it, I was like, them exploring the idea of doing an Aunt Gladys movie and trying to figure out, okay, so she came into town. What was her motivation? Her motivation basically was that, spoiler alert, since I'm letting y'all know, excuse me, Aunt Gladys is a witch. So she came to town basically acting like she needed the shelter and everything of the little boy's parents. Excuse me. Um, I almost forgot the kid's name. Alex. So Alex's parents, I guess, is like trying to put her up, take care of her for a couple of weeks or whatever the case is, because they're, Alex's mom is talking about that her mother died. So now the aunt is coming to live with them and all that other stuff. And and basically her coming there, her motivation was her trying to suck off and live off the energy of her niece and her husband. That wasn't getting her energized. Hence why all the little kids in the neighborhood started to disappear, because she was rejuvenating herself or re-energizing herself off of the youth of the kids. There were people sitting over here saying, oh, well, I didn't know that this movie didn't make no sense. I'm like, you wasn't paying attention, because that's clearly what it was about. It was about this woman trying to maintain her youth and her strength and all this other stuff. She was sick. She was dying. So the only way that she could maintain some type of power, whatever the case was sucking off like living off the energy of them kids. And that's when Alex was scared, because, his aunt was threatening him. If you let anybody know what's going on in the neighborhood, then I can make your parents do harm to them. So hence why she did a little magic spell, whatever, and they were stabbing themselves in the face with the fork and all that other crazy stuff, which was like a little scene. But so they can go there with that. But I'm like, would that be interesting to keep people around and want to watch an Aunt Gladys movie? I just felt like she was the most interesting, unique, repulsive, weird part of the movie. And I liked her scene. She definitely stole the scene she was in. But I don't know if I want a whole movie with her. So I don't know if that's necessarily a direction it should go. I just feel like they should just leave weapons alone. Everything does not require a prequel or a sequel. And then on top of that, there was the one about Zach. Now, Zach was the kid who plays Josh Brolin's son in the movie. Zach was a bully. So, I mean, not Zach. Zach Cregger is the is the director. So there was the kid that or I should say, because I didn't write his name down. So the Josh Brolin's son was bullying Alex in the movie. When you see it, the end credit, when after everything happens, I'm not going to spoil what happened, whatever, but when Josh Brolin picks his son up and he walks away, and you kind of look at the boy's face, it's kind of like, well, everybody seemed like the spell was broken, whatever. That boy looked like it was something going on up in his head that was a little, a little out there with a buzz. It was like, okay, so this kid's probably going to end up all kinds of screwed up. And then also the scene when Josh Brolin was asleep, and then I guess it was kind of giving him clues of what was going on or something or another. Because, like when you sleep, sometimes you get like little premonitions or whatever the case is. And there was one scene where some people said they didn't even notice it. Nobody saw that AK-47 hovering over his house. So when it came down to that part or whatever, it's like they probably could hint at Josh Brolin's son is so broken, so screwed up, the trauma of what happened to him in that movie, that he ends up like a mass shooter or something or another. Who knows? But if they decide to, whatever they decide, I'd be definitely interested, because Zach Cregger is like one of the most interesting writers, directors out right now. He's creating a lot of really interesting content. Thank God he has not fallen down that Jordan Peele route, because remember, once upon a time when Jordan Peele was, Get Out successful, everybody was eating out the palm of his hand. Then he gave us excuse me. Then he gave us that movie with Lupita Nyong'o. What was it called? Up? No, I was gonna say Up. That's a cartoon. Then he gave us that Lupita Nyong'o movie, which was not good. And then you gave us Nope. I was like, oh, wait, it actually was called Up. What am I talking about? It was Up, and then it was Nope. I was like, these movies are okay, but Get Out still to this day resonates with me in regards to like the social commentary, a lot of the creepy scenes and all that stuff. So I love Get Out, but all his other following films, they're like, okay, I get the commentary in it. I just don't feel like he executed it as good as Get Out did, or he did with that. But I'm looking forward to seeing that movie, Him, because Him is It's produced by Jordan Peele, and it's got an interesting comment. I mean, it's got an interesting concept. Apparently, I can't talk today. It's like, yeah, it's got an interesting concept. It's of course about how bad would you want fame and what would you sacrifice for it. So it's got a lot of those metaphors in there, and there's some weird stuff going on in that movie. So that to me is kind of giving me the same kind of vibe and the tone of like a weapons and things of that nature. So I'm looking forward to it. But I ask all of you, if you saw Weapons, what do you think of this story? Would you like to see a movie, a solo Aunt Gladys movie, or even though, because I mentioned this on Critical Overlord, to Critical Overlord, he even responded. He was like, he actually he wouldn't mind seeing the latter part, which would be a movie surrounding Josh Brolin's son and what happened after, in the aftermath of what happened to these kids that disappeared at like 2:15 in the morning and that sort of thing. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so we have a lot of comments. Oh, I said up. It was us. Thank you. It's up when it's up. I was thinking up was the cartoon and up is a damn Cardi B song. He said, "Thank you for making Ethel versus Lana a topic." It's a not yes. She's both side working on my pecs. You in the gym? You say hands yellow, heart red. A lot of thumbs up in here. How about Trixie and Katia versus All Stars? That would be an interesting thing. Not all movies need sequels. Weapons ended perfectly, in my opinion. I don't need an origin story for the witch that is going to try to make me sympathize her. Yeah, because that's another thing too, is that especially at that end that a lot of people was referring to, they were talking about people was laughing and all this stuff. And that moment, it was pretty funny when the kids was chasing her through the neighborhood. I did laugh at that because it was funny the way that the way he set it up and it was going after it, and then the camera shots and all that other stuff. But um I was also like, get that bitch. I was literally saying that out loud. Get that bitch, get that bitch. Like that was me during that sequence, which was like, oh no. I said, that's what you get for leaving that damn wig upstairs, and that's how the Alex got your ass. So, she got what she got because she was so busy trying to be, evil and all that other stuff, and she finally got what's coming to her. But yeah, I agree. I just feel like Weapons is not. It's because something successful, Hollywood automatically sequel, no. Because a lot of times prequels don't work for me because it's like we already know how the movie ends. If you make a prequel, we already know that she's not going to die or that character's not going to die. So what's the point of the prequel? So I don't think prequels work in a lot of ways. I mean, if there is one that has worked, let me know. But I just don't. I just think that prequels are just a waste. He should develop the Riddler. It seems like it would be more him. I mean, I like the Riddler. I actually like the version of the Riddler that was in The Batman. I like that whole idea because the Riddler was interesting because he was like a 7S serial killer, but also had like these interesting riddles that he was writing. So I like that type of approach that Matt Reeves took. I don't think James Gunn has what it takes to kind of go in that direction. Because James can't help himself putting his James Gunn isms in his writing. Not James Goon. My brother said it's a good movie, but not really rewatchable. What, Weapons? It's in a tone wise, it's not something that I would immediately jump in and watch. Kind of like Terrifier. I really have to be in the mood to want to watch something like that. That's not something I was like, oh, I'm in the greatest mood to watch that. Plot inspired by Hocus Pocus. How about a Barbarian prequel? I haven't watched Barbarian in a while. I need to rewatch that movie, but a prequel to kind of give us an idea of like how all that happened, and mean in the house and that little underground little tunnel situation. I would be curious to want to know about all that. But sometimes, you know what? I always feel like on the other hand, I prefer mystery. Like sometimes things need to be left a mystery and up for interpretation rather than being over explained. And I think that Hollywood loves over explaining stuff, especially like when you watch movie trailers. They put all the damn spoilers in the damn movie. Like right now, after this point, I'm no longer watching Predator Badlands trailers. They just put out another one and they're showing more stuff. And I'm like, we got it. There's a lot of great action. The special, everything in there looks cool. I don't want to see no more stuff. I just want to wait. I just want the movie to come out now. Stop oversaturating us with these commercials. Yeah, it was like Us. So I was like, I don't know why I couldn't remember the name of it. Him sounds like a devil's advocate, the underrated. I actually love that movie. Tamara Tooney showed her boobs in that film. Shout out to her. And Charlize Theron was up in it, where she was descending into madness. I actually love, yeah, The Devil's Advocate is definitely one of my favorite movies back in the day. Pearl was and is my favorite sequel, but anything Mia Goth is good. I do like her. I forgot what movie she's about to do. Terrifier 3 was my worst watch, or was my most watch. I'm about to pray for you. I kid. He said Terrifier 3 was my most watched movie last year. You watched that movie 250 times, especially after establishing kind of an acquaintance with David Howard Thornton and defending his politics. That's getting obsessed. I don't know if I could watch that movie that many times. Although I will say this, even though I don't like his politics and the fact that he's a Trump supporter, I have watched Rambo First Blood way too many times this year. So I feel you on that in a way. So it's like, sometimes you gotta, hold on now, because I just closed one of the, I was like, I almost closed my stuff out because I'm trying to scroll down to this stuff regarding the Beyonce, because of course, the minute I post that thing about Beyonce, everybody and their mama, who I don't be hearing from as of most of the time, had a whole lot to say in the damn comments. So hold on, because I just got to it. So I just want to leave that open so we get around to it. So where to go? Oh, I got it. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. Let's talk about Miss Perry. Katy Perry, that is, who was clapping back at her haters. Now, y'all already know I worked the MSG concert. I did say that I was pleasantly surprised. I do have to walk back some of the things I said, because I was like, I take back everything I say about Katy Perry. No, she's still a mess over the fact that she decided to go collaborate with Dr. Puke when there's plenty other producers out here that she could have been working with. It's kind of like Taylor Swift. She just did her whole album with Max Martin and Shellback. She knows, like, okay, if there was anybody, thank God she ain't worked with Jack Adnoff. But again, but for the most part, it's like when it comes down to music or production, whatever the case is, there's so many other producers out here that could have gave you those bops. If she would have probably hit up Zach, if she would have hit up Max Martin and Shellback too, they could have gave us some bops. We would have been over here enjoying 143, but no, because she wanted to stick to the rivers and the lakes that she's used to, and she was desperate for a hit. She panicked, went over there working with that fool who's been ostracized and kind of like, people looking down on him as the alleged rapist that he has been painted out to be, thanks to Kesha, who's had a successful arena tour with her, her latest album. But besides that, and then the whole going into space where she basically just gave, Earth a rim job and then came down in like less than 20 minutes and all the other things. When I work the concert, I have to say, she definitely is someone who has a lot of energy, a lot of stamina. She definitely puts on one hell of a show. And that is one of the things I'll give her. The vocals was on point. At times I could tell like that backing track was louder than her. She had no backup singers too. I noticed that she had the band. It was just her and her dancers. The dancers were actually really good. She's not a big dancer, and that's fine. That she doesn't have to get up there and be a dancer. As long as you can get up there and you got a personality and you can entertain the crowd, you don't have to try to be, Madonna or whatever the case is. She was kind of taking some of Madonna's isms, I've noticed in the show. From like the Drowned World tour, I was noticing the elements of that in there. I like the whole AI aspect of the show. Those in between situations, I didn't understand what the hell was going on. Follow the butterflies. It was like all of that was stupid, but I understand that was just like stuff that was there to kind of go give her and the dancers enough time to change their outfits, for them to bring up bigger things to be popping up throughout the show and all that. So she was giving you spectacle. One of my coworkers said he didn't particularly like it, that he was more or less into like when Gracie Abrams was there. And I'm like, Gracie Abrams just stands there and strums a guitar for 2 hours. Like, that to me is, it's cute or whatever if that's what you like. But me, I'm, a theater kid. I'm all about the razzle dazzle. So give me the pop bops and give me and also give me visuals. Give me really cool stuff. And there was a lot of really good spectacle and stuff in the show. She's very much flying through the air, which was very Pink-esque. She was doing a lot of interesting things in the show, and I'll give her that. But when she performed, and it's funny because a lot of my coworkers thought that, oh, she's at her third. I said, no, she's 40. Because some people was wondering, you know, a lot of times when I work with some of my coworkers, they're always wondering like what kind of demographic they're gonna expect. So I'm like, you'll probably expect a lot of older people, but you'll also expect a lot of kids because they, you know, kids grew up with her, plus their kids now have kids, so they're gonna bring their kids and listening to the music and stuff around the house. That, you know, those kids are aware of the songs, and when she played a lot of the big hits like Firework and all other stuff, that's when everybody got excited. So, and then she did little deep cuts where I had this little queen that was in my section, and he was just like, "Oh, I love this song. Oh, I love this song." He was giving the time of his life, did not care who was around. He had to be like a teenager with his whole family up in there twerking and doing all kinds of stuff. He was having a time. You know what? Shout out to the gays because y'all were just giving me my you know, my life when I'm watching y'all and stuff up in there because that's my job to observe and make sure everything is copacetic and there's no crazy stuff going on. But you're not going to be dealing with that because um the only people that was really drinking up in there was the adults. So, and it was, and you know, because it was mostly like a lot of young people. So she addressed the audience inside the massive stadium, because it is massive, over speculation that she couldn't sell out the 19,500 seat venue. Yes, we can seat about 20,000 people, and that's with SROs and all that stuff. So they said no way, MSG, it couldn't be done, and I was scared too, the Star expressed per people. Perry then jokingly added that she had been worried she would be eating a hot dog from the quarter instead of taking to the stage inside the sold out stadium. First of all, what you're not going to do is knock our dog water hot dogs or whatever the case is, because the hot dogs, say what you want, yeah, you do have to have a cast iron stomach to be going around in New York, but I've eaten like stuff in New York and I have not had no kind of issues with my stomach. I guess they do say we are tough for a reason, because even our stomachs is that way. So then she also called New York special as well as a beautiful hot mess, and recalled recently arriving in the Big Apple and saying it smelled like New York City and know what I'm talking about. She also said it was late at night. We got in from Philly and there were drunk people vomiting on the same corner people making out. That was New York City, and I loved it. And that's the one thing I always say about it. When you got morons like these, like Adams trying to rerun for mayor, and you have Andrew Cuomo trying to run for mayor. The one thing about New York City, and I don't care how much they try to gentrify it, it's just there's never a dull moment when you out here. There's always something crazy or something, you know, of interest that's popping off, that's going on in the neighborhood. And that's what I love about New York. It's just like it's never a dull moment. There's always something to do. There's always something to see. It's a city that never sleeps. I mean, until about 4 o'clock in the morning when all the bars and clubs close. But other than that, yeah, New York City. And then it's funny because it's like, well, yeah, it doesn't sleep, because like you could be leaving the club at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, and you heading home, and people are getting up going to work. And I'm sitting there looking a hot mess, drunk off my ass, trying not to throw up, and trying to go home so I can get some sleep. That was back in the day. Now I'm more demure and mindful. So now the singer further expressed that New York City represents life, including the highs, the lows, the in-betweens, everything that is messy and everything that is beautiful. But I'm glad she got an idea of what New York City is about, because yes, Miss Mama, that is definitely us. Now, she also responded to the haters, and well, her response to the haters comes amid, you know, a lot of the music career scrutiny, which we have talked about on this show, as well as the recent breakup, because she did address that as well. She made little self-deprecating jokes, and I said that's something that she basically needs to keep up with, is the self-deprecating humor and stuff, because there were moments in the show where she had me laughing. So she's got a great personality, and it works for like her live shows and all this stuff. But I just did feel like, in a lot of ways, she lacks self-awareness based off of some of the career decisions that she's made. But as long as she needs some good people in her corner who could really keep her on the straight and narrow, but I doubt that she'll even surround herself with those type of people. So, and then also, if I did mention this the other day in like a passing when we were talking a bit about my overall review. She Sure, a gay couple got engaged, which we all knew that was coming, because the way when she brings, like, there's a segment of the show where she picks people out of the audience to come up on stage with her, and she kikis with them a little bit, and the guy was like, "Oh, can I bring my boyfriend up on stage?" Because he was in the figure eight pit. So he was like, "Can he bring him up on stage?" And once he started doing all that, I said, I already know what's coming. But it was taking him forever to get to the point. But I knew that this was a setup for a homosexual engagement. So, of course, they got engaged because That would be embarrassing if you're in a room full of like 13, 14,000 people and you proposing to your man and he's like, I'm sorry, I can't. That would be relatively embarrassing. But yeah, so it was all of that. The album was like mid. The critics panned it. I panned it. I was like, there's not a lot of these songs in here are just like dated. They didn't feel like inspired. They remember that her collaborating with Dr. Luke was a lot of backlash with that. The whole thing with Kesha. And then, like I said, the 11-minute space mission on Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket. And she also, because she was mocked by all of that and promoting her tour dates in space and then kissing the ground when she landed on Earth. So it was a lot of that. So it was just a lot of people being like, you know what? She's missed, like she's just completely out of touch. So the good thing is she's playing to her strength. She's, all the controversies kind of like water, kind of mellowed out a little bit, and now she's just focusing on the tour. But I don't know if she's ever going to do a residency again, because remember the word on the curb was, and we talked about it, that she lost money at the residency, the play residency that she had. It lost money to keep her show on from 2021 to 2023. So I don't know if she has residency interest. She's not that type. I don't know if she's that type of artist. I feel like Katy Perry is somebody who, like every now and again, just jump around and do a arena tour to promote your music and then disappear, go off and do whatever, take care of your daughter and all the other stuff and work on other projects. But as far as like residency, I don't think she has the same staying power and momentum. It's the same thing with Jennifer Lopez. People don't care enough to sit around wanting to see her in a residency because clearly them tickets, a word on the street is they not selling. So but the tour's doing good. I mean, I don't know how well the tickets were selling in her other venues compared to Madison Square Garden, but yes, I will tell you because I looked around, especially when they illuminated the entire arena. And where I was in the center of it all, so I could see everything. And it was packed in there. There was all the seats were sold. There was some seats that was empty, but for the most part, but that's like with every tour, like not everybody's going to sell every seat. There were some pockets that were not fully sold, but it was sold out because I believe the estimate was supposed to be like 13, 14,000 people. So she did, based off of, and you have to also think that it's not a 360. Like there's a stage, there's all that stuff. So we can't have people behind the stage. So those seats are not going to be sold. You have to sell it to where it's in the eye line of the people. So yeah, majority of it, I will say that she definitely sold out a lot of the arena. I don't know, probably people did buy tickets at the last minute. And if they did, then that's good and everything. But I was also wondering this too, because I seen some pictures online where she was in the tub and she showed up her scraped up knees. And I kind of figured that she was going to get that because there's segments of her show where she runs and then she slides across the stage. And I'm like, ma'am, you got these little things coming up, covering up your knees or whatever. And that's rubber, it looked like you're about to scrape up your body. Like, stop doing that. And then, you're going to probably crack up some of the bone. Look at me rubbing my knees as I'm talking about it. Because I'm sitting there like, yeah, I know you feel like you're 40 now. Maybe physically you still feel really young, but once you cross over that 40 threshold, you definitely going to start feeling the aches and the pains and things going to start cracking and scraping up your knees and other stuff. And you got to let that sucker heal. Let the scabs come on there because it's like, you keep doing that, you're going to make it worse and your knees going to be burning unless you don't feel it because of the adrenaline and stuff. But yeah, y'all already know that there was rumors going around that she's allegedly dating Trudeau, the former prime minister. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think they were just hanging out or whatever. And then they did show her that she was hanging out in New York where she went out for dinner and it was at the pool in the Big Apple. I've never heard of the pool, but it must be a new spot or something or another. But yeah, so she was there hanging out, eating, partying, that good thing. And I don't know when the last date of her tour is, but I'm sure it's it's winding down to a close soon. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did you happen to catch the Lifetime's tour? What did you overall think of the tour? Like I said, it was like, all the things that we were seeing online, it was like, yeah, I could definitely, now when I've seen the entire show, a lot of it was taken out of context. And maybe it was messy in the beginning, but when she came, by the time she came to New York, the show was a well-oiled machine. She was definitely in the pocket. She's not a dancer. She let the dancers do the heavy lifting. She did all the acrobatics of the crazy flying around and riding the butterfly and doing all the other stuff. So she did her part of performing and giving you a show, and let the dancers do all the heavy work, which is what I've been saying that most artists should do anyway. If you're not a dancer, don't attempt it. Let the dancers do all the dirty work. You can do a little shimmy, your little Wendy Williams shimmy that she be doing. And if that's not your, your bag of the sitting there like spending hours with a choreographer trying to, get on the beat and get in the pocket and all that other stuff, let them do that stuff. You just get up there and you just be the artist that you are. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said thanks for agreeing on the Madonna as a producer thing. I mean, she is a producer. She's produced a lot of her biggest hits. Madonna is heavily involved with production on any of her work. Exactly. Gay Twerkology, the real show. Did you see that Demi Lovato had to say about abandoning? Yeah, I did. Don't I have that screenshot? Because I remember I sent it to hold on, because now I was getting messages from work. But let me check and see if I saved it. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, according to Pop Crave, Demi said the rock stuff didn't work for me, and that's okay. It was a passion project, but this one is fun, and I realized what worked for me was cool for the summer and these other big pop songs. I was like, why don't I just go back to that? It matches my mood. It feels authentic to where I'm at right now. Well, I'm like, girl, and then yeah, because there was a discourse in our group chat that we have. And well, it's me, Robert, Felix, a bunch of others. Key Mac, Adante, all of them. Anyway, so we have this group chat or whatever, and it's like we talk about all pop culture stuff. And that was something I was mentioning. I'm like, child, I could have told you this for free. Like, why did you need to say it took you this long to come to that conclusion? We've been telling you need to do the big pop stuff. You have that voice, so you should have been doing like those big pop songs with the big hooks and the beat and all the other stuff behind. She tried to. It's like what was said in the group chat was like she is just like Miley Cyrus. Y'all don't know who y'all want to be as artists. Y'all just be all over the place, and you think that I jump into these different things because it makes me come across like I'm a real artist. And it's like a real artist is doing something that feels authentic to you and that you're passionate about. Hence, when you look at all the type of music that Taylor Swift comes out with, she does things that's authentically to her, which is why she relates to so many people. And there's other artists that are like that as well. But to me, it's like maybe the reason why Miley doesn't hit, Demi, as you like to call her, don't hit, is because you're not being authentic to who you are as an artist. And I feel like, ma'am, you pushing 40, you need to figure out where you fit creatively. And that song that she came out with, it feels like your standard dance pop track. Like she doesn't reinvent the wheel. So yeah, it's a Girls Aloud and shoot a new track, Singapore launching chemistry. On point. Fuck that bitch. Oh yeah, so there's this tight ass ergot by the name of Madison. Who's a Madonna groupie, who apparently had a problem with my video that I did on Madonna and the whole Israel-Palestine situation. One of my friends actually calls her Kabbalah Donna. That's funny. Like, okay, Kabbalah Donna, because you know her name is Esther. She practices Jewish mysticism known as Kabbalah. So of course she's playing around with the whole. She does that type of thing, whether I guess that's how religion, whatever the case is. So she's kind of been Miss Neutral Nancy, trying to do a whole both sides and very much taking a peak booty plug approach in regards to talking about Israel, Palestine. She don't want to really take sides in the whole. So I said, sis, we way beyond like you trying to be neutral in this situation. They're creating a genocide over there in Palestine and in Gaza with what Israel's doing, and everybody always trying to come up with this. So Israel has a right to exist. Israel has a right to exist. Nobody's saying that they don't, but Palestinians have a right to exist too. So, and they have a right to defend themselves. It literally sounds like a situation. You know how like Like, hey, I'm Chucky. Why not play? Like, very much like you pulling the string behind the person, and it's like y'all really regurgitate the same. Like I'm playing with a toy, and you just pull the string from behind it, and you just say the same time stupid talking point over and over. It's like you're all robots, and it's just like. So nobody has a right to exist. No, I mean, they're the only ones who have a right to defend themselves. And what are you talking about? Like, if you want to go off and create a war against people, then you need to go and use your own fucking money and do that. Don't be using my taxpaying dollars to create a genocide and also starve children and women and men to death. Like, what are we doing? If that's what y'all want to do over there, if you want to occupy somebody's land, you do it with your own shit. You do it with your own money. You do it with your own troops. You do it with all your stuff. Stop over here trying to get us. But the fact of the matter is, Israel's doing our dirty work. We're co-signing it. We're okay with it. Not we, but the government is okay with it. And I'm talking about starting with Biden. So we're not going to sit up here and try to act like it's all on Trump. Trump is doing this, is finishing the rest of it. So this bitch had the nerve to jump in my line talking about he's bored. Nigga, suck my dick. How about that? Dude, come up here and tell me, I'm bored. Why? Because you sitting there licking Madonna's ass sweat and that's all you fucking do? And that's the one thing I hate about a lot of these stan culture is the fact that you can't say anything about their fave or press them on things if they're in the wrong. And my thing is to love you as a fan. Y'all know I love Madonna as a fan, but when you do something that I don't agree with, if you say something that does not align with my, in something that's a broader situation, either don't say anything because you're going to leave yourself open to criticism. And she decided to try to speak on this whole peace in the Middle East bullshit regarding what's happening in Gaza and thought that, I can just hit him with a little subtle something and I won't get dragged over it. It's just like, we see where you standing with it. You're trying to play in the middle. And so I had to read that bitch. That's basically what happened. You said, yes, we need more Prince. Do you think Taylor was shading Ku Klux Khaleesi? Probably, but I think she was talking about in general. I think it was like a general situation. I don't know if it was necessarily aimed at her, but I do feel like she is absolutely correct in regarding stop letting every little thing ruin your day. Oh, somebody says you see like 50 million positive things. That one negative ruined your day. Everybody's not going to kiss your ass. Everybody's not going to like you. Everybody's not going to appreciate what you do. And one of the things I did like about what she said was that she disables the comments on her social media. I'm like, everybody should do that. I'm going to post my pictures. I'm going to do whatever. And you're not going to be able to comment on it. You can like it, but I don't want to hear what you have to say because what you say holds no weight to how I live my life. And so why allow people to comment on your things? Disable the comments. You can either like what I do or you don't. It's that simple. Prince wrote and played on a lot of his, yes, he did. A lot of records that will probably remain unreleased he made. Well, if leave it up to the family who owns the estate, they'll probably release it. And he'll be rolling over in his grave. He would just like book me a studio and we'll go in. Well, they are doing a Broadway, they're doing, what is it, Purple Rain on Broadway? And they found the actor who's going to play him. And they found him online. I heard that he had a song in Noah's Ark, the new one. I didn't make that a story because I didn't think it was like a big thing, but maybe I'll make that a story for tomorrow. I said his turnaround time was far as writing songs fast was crazy because he could play every instrument. And when you play every instrument, it's like, I feel like it makes you even more, it makes you more creative. Child, that just slipped out. I was not trying to go there, but that's where the universe took me. It said popping in after my work in the FedEx warehouse to holler at. Oh, shout out to the FedEx people. One of the things I've noticed, and I will say this, the FedEx got some fine ass people that be working up in there. Like I said, I have friends I can talk objectively with about Madonna. I love her, but I can't defend her like absolutely. And we should be able to call people out. That's why I can't stand the stan culture and I'll be ready to windmill. He said that one negative thing do ruin my day, though. I got to work on that. I got to remember to always choose my inner peace. It's taken me a long time to get to that point where I mean, I still have my moments, as y'all saw. It slips in, but for the most part, I just because I was having this conversation yesterday with my coworkers, and I was like, yeah, I don't sit around just wallowing in drama and people's attitudes and all. I just be looking at them like, okay, have a good day, sir or ma'am. Like, I ain't got time for your bullshit. Because I don't post up. Well, I post because of media stuff. I just like taking pictures of myself and posting them. I'll never use it as a form of communication. I think we're getting a around the world in a day super deluxe for the 40th anniversary. Wait, who are we talking about? We said getting around the world in a day super deluxe for the 40th anniversary. I thought it comes out tomorrow. Hold on, let me check. Let me check Apple Music and see what's happening. It's probably, yeah, I think it comes out. I think it comes out tomorrow. Wait, it says new releases. Yeah, it hasn't. It comes out August 15th. So yes, tomorrow. And you know she's only released 4 singles so far. So when I get up in the morning, new Allison Goldfrapp. Lord, now I got people talking about parking and all that other crap. Let me get off my phone. Okay. Anyway, where are we going so that we can keep the show going? You said all I work with are really fit, tall black guys. And you know, they be having a Latin one, so but it depends. If you in New York, you get a lot of Latinos, you get a lot of black men. He said, I'm around 5'9", 130 of tattoos, only white dude around. Oh. I thought it'd be a more mixture. I've had some no shade. I don't like UPS drivers. It's always been FedEx or just a regular post office. Everybody where I'm at is like NBA players. So, yeah, it seemed like that a lot of the NBA player style types, like these tall basketball build types, are all working in FedEx or Amazon. Dropping things off never got to be Prince of the Revolution. There is a gay dude there, I think, but he's pretty quiet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he probably don't want everybody up in his damn business. They cracking down. Oh, why? Because of Trump? That's crazy. And then sometimes I be worrying about a lot of people when they doing deliveries because you got to worry about sundown towns and all that. I said, if I ever had to do a route in a sundown town, I'm leaving y'all boxes right outside that little line where it crosses over, and y'all had to come out there and get y'all shit. I would not be delivering y'all stuff in no sundown town because if you black and you go to a sundown town, you will never be seen again. You're gonna be like them kids and weapons. That would not be me. You said I came from Amazon. The dudes at FedEx. Mm-hmm. That's what I said. FedEx always got the pretty ones. I wonder if that's a criteria. It's like there's a fineness test where they're just like, yeah, we need to see that. You know, they could do like what do you call it? Like one of those calendars, like they do with the firemen. But anyway, let's move on, y'all. And let's talk about Backstreet's back. All right, because it looks like BSB is about, as successful as their show has been over at the Sphere in Vegas. Unlike they could say something that Jennifer Lopez can't say, and that's they can add more dates to their Vegas residency. So, it's never a dull moment if Jennifer can't get hit with a stray, right? So now, if you missed out on getting tickets for the Backstreet Boys' larger-than-life Into the Millennium Las Vegas residency at the Sphere in Las Vegas, there's some good news. Now, on Wednesday morning, that'd be yesterday, August 13th, the boy band announced that due to demand, they're extending their run at the iconic immersive venue, adding 7 new shows in December and January of 2026, including a New Year's Eve gig. Damn, they're about to go. Speaking of Jennifer, they're going up against her, because doesn't she have in the works, once she's done with this whole tour thing, then she said that she's doing a New Year's Eve type situation? Well, look like Backstreet Boys about to just suck it all up. So now the fresh dates will take place on December 26th, 27th, 28th, the 30th, and the 31st, as well as January 2nd and 3rd. And so they said, oh my God, we're back again. They actually did say that. The group wrote in an announcement on Twitter using the lyrics from one of their most popular songs. We know we said we were done for this year, but that was before you guys sold out 21 nights. Saying we worked hard to get some more shows scheduled to make sure everyone who wants to see the show can come to Vegas. We're excited to announce the addition of 7 Into the Millennium residency dates. Now, BSB are the first pop band, I should say, to take up residence at the Doom venue. At the Dome venue. I said Doom. Shout out to shout out to my boys who actually owns Jim Dolan, who actually owns the Sphere. Looks like he owns Madison Square Garden, Radio City, so on and so forth. The Beacon. And so they said, like, they're the first pop band to take residence in the Dome venue. And according to a release at the end of the 21 previously announced sold out gigs, they will have performed in front of 350,000 fans. Now, tickets for the newly added dates will go on sale first via a Backstreet Boys fan club pre-sale beginning on August 19th at 9 a.m. Pacific time, followed by an artist pre-sale beginning on August 20th at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Sign up for the artist pre-sale will be through 7 p.m. Pacific time on August 17th. There's a whole situation. If you want to get the links and stuff, you can pretty much go on my website and chrisavalon.com and get that. So, it has all the dates and everything, as you can see in the little square. And they also said that, because remember, U2 basically launched the venue in September 2023. So it's literally, the venue has been around for almost 2 years, because come next month, it'll be 2 years since we've had the Sphere. And then Fish is a huge staple at the Garden. I'm sure I'll be working a lot of their shows at the end of the year, ringing in the new year, as I did last year. So we have Fish, Dead and Company, The Eagles, EDM artist, N.Y.C, or Anima, and Kenny Chesney. And July 11th is when they kicked off their run at the Sphere. And on August 24th is when they actually wind down before picking up in December. So a lot of the fans have been liking it. From what I was hearing, it's like it's an eye-popping spectacle. It basically takes them into a whole outer space, because the whole Sphere thing, it's, these crazy 3D backgrounds and all this other stuff, and you get to see all these visuals, and they're like, it's a spacecraft before they come up on stage, and you get all the, your favorite bandmates, and then they get into all the hits with, Larger Than Life and a bunch of the other shows. And so it kind of takes us back to the days of like when we saw the Backstreet Boys in the Millennium era. And it's kind of like taking all of that visual from that turn of the century and basically incorporating into this whole situation. Now, I've seen the comments of people on social media where it's, oh, they're old, or they're this, or they're that. And it's like, so freaking what? Like, we're in an era of nostalgia. I grew up with the Backstreet Boys. That's my generation's music. Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Britney, Destiny's Child, Pink, Usher, that's that's my generation of music. So I would definitely go if I had the time and the wherewithal to want to take a trip to Vegas. But these days, because Vegas is kind of like a ghost town, this might be the perfect time to go to Vegas, because they desperate for some, some hospitality and stuff out there and some people. So I might actually want to gather a ticket and go see them, because actually with my job, they have put out a whole thing where you can sign up to get tickets to go see it. And that's what they do for those of us who work for the company and stuff, that you can put yourself up and be like, you have a chance of getting tickets to go see them. So I was thinking I might do that. And if I do, I'll be like, okay, I'm going on a trip. I'm about to say, go get me a hotel, take a friend or whatever with me, and we're going to go and have a good time. But everybody says that they've been having fun. And look, if you're a person of a certain age, you still got the energy and the stamina and the wherewithal and the discipline to get up there and put on a epic show, which cannot be said for a lot of these current generation's faves that like to throw in the ageism and all that other mess, then why not? As long as they still have the ability, minus Brian Luttrell's weak ass vocals, because remember, once upon a time, he was the best singer out of the group. Not so much anymore. And now it's mostly Nick Carter, I feel like, is the strongest singer out of all of them. And then, AJ does his thing. I've always been an AJ fan, because AJ was the rebel. But for the most part, and then, Brian, I don't particularly care for his whole evangelical Christian, all that craziness that he be doing, and then try to be the, get his son was trying to push forward with American Idol, and y'all chopped him relatively early. So, with all that being said, I think this is going to be a good thing. I like the fact that they're still together doing stuff, unlike N.Sync, because Justin Timberlake's selfish ass doesn't want to share in the wealth because I guess he makes more money as a solo artist rather than being together in a group. And I've heard some people say N.Sync had more hits than the Backstreet Boys. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I would have to do a whole deep dive and kind of compare how many hits they had. But at least we know, like, in the past 30 years, because they've been together since, I believe, like the mid 90s before they hit it big. Because remember, they were big overseas before they popped in America. And they were putting down roots in Europe before they became famous over here. And then the whole boy band, teen pop, what do they call it, bubblegum pop era started to happen in like 97, 98, that sort of thing, into the 2000s. And so they've been together for over 30 years. So with that being said, it's like, who cares how many hits they've had? That people like the songs. They have a lot of good songs. I don't know what the whole track list is. They probably do a lot of deep cuts and stuff as well. But all the women of a certain age and some of the homosexuals of a certain age are probably younger who are discovering their music and probably getting their life going out to Vegas. And so I will try to see if I can give me a ticket to go see Backstreet's Back. All right. Because clearly they are. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the Backstreet Boys adding more dates to their Vegas residency at the Sphere? It's like, well, you know what? I mean, some people aren't cutting it out, apparently, in Vegas. Like, y'all already heard about, Lopez and her little struggles trying to get y'all to buy tickets. She ain't even finished. Oh, wait, she actually did finish. I'm sorry. She did finish her European leg of her tour. But now I guess she's getting ready to do the whole Vegas thing. And the word on the street is she's not really doing well selling them tickets and stuff out there. But the Backstreet Boys have no problem selling tickets and shows no signs of showing down because the demand is still there. And who knows, maybe even after the 7 dates that they've just added, they may add more in the summer. So people clearly like what they're doing. And get that coin is all I'll say about it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Yeah, we got a whole lot of stuff. um, Damn, I went way too far. Hold on. You said plus we wearing that gym attire. Oh, you said oh yeah, I saw that. You said just athletic. Plus we wearing that gym attire. Hold on. You would go with a hat. But that was a good picture though, regardless of the airbrush. He said yes, just completed bench press 4 sets of 10. I find it funny that you're actually you're working out as doing. I can't work out watching podcasts. Or listening. I have to listen to music. I'm always doing like cardio and stuff. Mm-hmm. It's my elbows are shot. I hate it. It did take me like a half an hour though, 5 minutes rest in between. 5 minutes? You're supposed to do 90 seconds. Or maybe even less than that. I said got more into a CrossFit vibe, but work alone. Like, yeah, FedEx get you in shape. I work in an oversized package. Well, yeah, it's like when you lift a lot of them boxes, like who needs a gym, right? Well, yeah, that is true. You said controlling the negative is key. FedEx, UPS trucks have always been a. Oh yeah, what to make sure that y'all don't be in there stealing or hunching. They need to recruit Nick Cannon. He's trying to get more job. Okay. Oh, because of what I said, as Brenda Meeks once said, they can all watch. I don't give a shit. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that was in the first one. It was Scream 5. They probably did. That's what I heard. They've been making music for like over 30 years. So you might be correct. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this story regarding Beyonce Cardinals Swift. That's why I like to call her whenever she gets on her Beyonce era. So It only took about over 500 some odd days for her to return from her post-era tour hiatus to announce basically that she is dropping her 12th album called The Life of a Showgirl, and that comes out on October 3rd. The album is basically going to have 12 tracks because, of course, and will feature a collab with Sabrina Carpenter on the title song. Now, she revealed all of this on Travis Kelce and his brother Jason Kelce's podcast, which I did watch the full episode, and it was entertaining. Travis is being the good doting boyfriend. Jason was hilarious. He's really good with asking questions and all this stuff too. So I generally like that. And I know a lot of the majors are pissed because the fact that she went on the Kelce podcast and she gave them carte blanche to pretty much just ask anything interesting, creative about the creative process and a bunch of other things. And not going on the Call Her Daddy podcast or going on all these other podcasters that will fumble the ball or fumble the bag, drop the ball, fumble the bag, whatever the hell you want to call it, asking her whatever questions they want to ask her because they want to come across as fans rather than asking real interesting questions. And one of the things I did like during the interview was that they were asking her questions on like the masters and the creative aspect of her coming out with her music. And one of the things I do applaud her on, she said, like, I've always had this dream of wanting to, like, in her contracts, she made sure to be like, to write in her contracts that at a certain period that she can get the rights back to her music, like the masters and that sort of thing. So I like the idea. A lot of people don't think like that. They just be so happy to sign a contract. They don't be thinking about stuff in long run. So she always had that business mind from the beginning. She also talked about how she sent her mother and her brother to go negotiate getting her masters back from the people that had bought it up under Scooter Braun and that sort of thing. And then after they had the little meeting, whatever, then they told her what, they're actually considering giving her the masters. She screamed. Travis came running and was like, I gotta go. And they had the conversation and she fell to her knees. She said, because, with all the emotion she was going through, her legs couldn't hold her up. So yeah, it was like a dream. And I think a lot of artists don't think in that way. Whatever your issue is and why you feel like you got to give up your heart and soul and creativity, I understand why she couldn't do that, because she's like, I worked hard on creating all of this stuff. These are chapters in my life, things that I went through. And for someone else to own that, and when they die, they pass that down to their kids. And who knows what the kids of said person that owns my work is going to do with my stuff and who they're going to send it out to. But if there's other artists that's just like, you know what, I just then I don't really own the songs. All I did was hum a little sound on it, put and just add an and the and got a writer credit. And you didn't really have any kind of real creative aspect to the thing, but because you are who you are, you want to be able to get a piece so that way you can get paid. Then if that's what you want to sell your stuff off on in that part, then that's fine. But Taylor is someone who is very much all about her craft. So with that being said, I'm going to play you a clip courtesy of the New Heights show Instagram, because they had that clip over there, and where she basically shows the cover and she announces the new album and all that good stuff. So hold on as we play that clip and we'll come back. Please hold.
See the back cover?
I would love to see all of it. Yes.
The back cover is where we find the 12 tracks for my 12
tracks.
12
Bangers.
So this is, so we got all.
What are they?
So we got track 1, The Fate of Ophelia.
Okay.
Track 2, Elizabeth Taylor.
Okay.
Track 3, Opalite.
Opalite.
Track 4, Father Figure.
Father Figure. All right.
Track 5, Eldest Daughter.
Hold on, before we get back to the thing, Travis is being annoying because every time when she would say something, he would always ask Jason, "Oh, do you know what that means?" He was like, "Can you stop asking me that?" So like being funny because Travis is with Taylor. She's kind of opened his mind up to a lot of intellectual stuff. So now that he knows big words and he understands certain things, I feel like he feels extra enlightened and a little more educated. So he likes to throw that in Jason's face. And Jason's like your regular dude or whatever. It's just like, whatever, I don't care. It's just, I'm just out here just, running around, hollering and screaming and showing my gut in public and doing all this stuff. Like Jason's like a dude's dude. So, and Travis is literally being like a big cheerleader for his girlfriend. And I actually like that for them. So when people go around saying their relationship is fake, if it is, that's between them. But they had me convinced.
Track 6, Ruin the Friendship. Track 7, Actually Romantic.
Now, some people think that Ruin the Friendship might be about Blake Lively. I mean, Fake Lively, aka Ku Klux Khaleesi, aka Subpoena Serena. So some people think that that's what that's about. We're gonna get into the thing in a second in regards of all the leaks and the diss tracks and Trump, the anti-Trump bashing and all that other stuff, which I should point this out. The ratings on this episode actually beats Joe Rogan's interview with Donald Trump. So clearly, Donald Trump has his moments or whatever the case is, and you talk about she's irrelevant and all this other stuff, and which is what they always say whenever somebody comes against them, and then they're pissed off because they said the same shit about South Park. And South Park's ratings is through the damn roof, especially the episode that they just did with Kristi Noem. So South Park is killing it out here in the ratings. This just beat Donald Trump, so that's another. So people are sick and tired of the man and his foolishness, and the only ones that's still cucking to his buffoonery is, his deepest in the cult supporters. But let's back to the clip.
Actually Romantic.
Track 8, Wish List with $2 as the S's. Just thought I'd point that out.
There you
Grammatical
go.
flourish. Track 9, Wood. Track 10, Canceled, but it's in all caps with an exclamation point at the end.
That's a banger.
Track 11, Honey. And can you do drum roll? Last track, track 12, the title track, The Life of a Showgirl, featuring Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter!
Okay, so you have that, and then right here you have the official album cover. She's got a bunch of different album covers, by the way, where it's basically her, Shellback, and her Shellback and Max Martin. And the album cover was actually done by Mert and Marcus, who does a lot of stuff. I think I've done stuff with Bjork. They've done stuff with Madonna. They've worked with a lot of. They've done a lot of photography for a lot of artists. So. It's a cute cover. So we have that one. There's a bunch of them. And then there's the back, which she was showing in regards to this. But yeah, it's like Ruin the Friendship. I think a lot of people think that it might be about her friendship or non-existent friendship with Subpoena Serena, aka Ku Klux Khaleesi. And then there's this one here, which is giving Showgirl teeth. Some people said that they think that she was inspired by the last Showgirl movie with Pam Anderson, which there might be some truth to that because, Taylor is inspired by cinema, and Madonna was another one that was inspired by, there's a lot of artists who look at movies and that also inspires them. It's not just hearing music. It's also, you can watch a film and some of the overall visuals and aesthetic, because visuals and audio go hand in hand. And it's like, I can watch movies and I get inspired by things as well. So this is a cute one. And then we have this one here. I like the fact that Taylor's getting in her sexy era, and why not? Look at her giving a little booty tooch. This is giving me booty tooch Susie too. So we have that picture there, and I love the fact that she disabled. Look, like I said, she disables the comments and stuff. So, but to get into this story that we were talking about, now that I decided to break all the stuff that needed to be broken down. Oh wait, hold on, because that wasn't what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. So yeah, so in regards to this whole situation, they said that, because I was like, where am I? Taylor Swift apparently broke the internet when she teased her appearance on, well, actually it happened already, so she's not teasing anymore. But when she went on the New Heights podcast, which is Travis and Jason Kelce's podcast, where she made the announcement for the album. Now, it's funny how before she could even do that, all the leaks and everything was coming out. A lot of the Swifties were doing deep dive. I'm like, damn, can y'all wait until the record comes out before y'all start with the speculations and the deep dives and doing all this other stuff? Because there was something that she also said that I loved in her interview, and that was like, she said, I like that the fans get all involved in stuff, but that element of surprise, because she said that a lot of her fans don't like being surprised about stuff. And it's like, yes, y'all do. First of all, everything don't need to be exposed and explained and broken down and everything. It's like sometimes you do want that element of surprise, especially like when she said she started the first night of the Eras tour, which was she put herself in like one of those containers and they wheeled her out backstage so that way nobody could see what she had on. And it's like, yeah, you want that surprise of like, when I pop out on stage, not only, and I love that she's mindful of this because I feel like a lot of people really don't pay attention to the details. Not only are you performing for those people that are there opening night, you're performing for the internet too, because everybody's got their phones out, everybody is recording you, and everybody is posting your first night stuff all over the internet. So the world gets to see it. It's not just those 40,000 people that paid to see you at that stadium. So you have to be mindful of that as well. And I love the fact that she was like, you know what, I gotta find interesting ways to not only keep myself entertained, but the fans entertained as well. And that's where this album stemmed from. It's just the crazy life of being a showgirl and performing on the road, which of course some people think because she had the whole showgirl thing that she was also inspired by Kylie Minogue. And I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of girls out here that be inspired by Kylie Minogue. And try to act like Kylie Minogue like this underground pop star nobody ever heard of. But I'm like, okay, then if that was the case, how come she sold out, a lot of the arenas, not only around the world, but in the United States, which it took her 30-some odd years to get to that point. Now, amid the Swiftie chaos online, photos of the pop billionaire's alleged new album leaked on social media, claiming to show the inside cover and track list. Because I was seeing those pictures before the episode even dropped. Now, due to Swift's songwriting history, sources claim the life of a showgirl features tunes inspired by rumors of her relationship being a PR stunt, being dragged into longtime best friend Blake Lively's, or as we like to call her, Ku Klux Khaleesi. Shout out to Perez Hilton for that one. Legal drama and a private dark chapter. This is according to Radar Online. Now, Swift has developed quite the reputation for sneaking clues about her music and its overlap with her personal life into her brand, leading obsessed fans to analyze every inch of her social media posts, marketing, visuals, lyrics, and even red carpet looks. So when grainy images of an alleged copy of The Life of a Showgirl were leaked online, Swifties were quick to get the photos and share their theories on message boards. Of course they did, because like I said, they're always so quick to start their little deep dives. Now, one shot showed the inside of a vinyl record cover with song titles painted in an edgy red font against a black background and an image of Swift sprawled across a row of chairs in the center. A second snap included a close-up of an alleged track with Sabrina Carpenter. Well, it's not alleged, it's actually confirmed, entitled The Life of a Showgirl. The text next to her title read, written by T. Swift, Max Martin, and Shellback. So Sabrina didn't write it. Taylor, they all come and they write everything. So fans pointed out that Swift released a Spotify playlist exclusively featuring songs she produced with Martin and Shellback, seemingly suggesting Jack Antonoff did not work on her 12th album. And here's the thing. I don't know if this was her listening to the fans or whatever the case was, but I think a lot of the complaints from the Swifties was they wanted a break from her and Jack Antonoff and a lot of what they were creating, which is fine. And also, here's the thing I totally forgot. Speaking of Jack Antonoff, he's married to Margaret Qualley. How did I not know that? I totally forgot about that. And Margaret, she was in The Substance, where she played the other part of Demi Moore, the younger version. I was like, I totally forgot that was his wife. But yeah, he married to her. She's a pretty one. That's the rumor that was going around saying that she might be rogue or whatever in the X-Men movies. But anyway, but yeah, Jack did not work on this album. It was literally all her, Max Martin, and Shellback. She was recording it in between her breaks from the Eras tour. She said she would fly out to Sweden and she would go and work on the music. And I'm no shade, but the Swedes, they've got some of the best production people out there, like the greatest writers, a lot of great music comes out of Sweden. So I'm definitely, as someone, I will say this, you already know I'm not a big Taylor Swift fan. I'm nowhere near Swiftie. However, I do like more of her pop stuff. I like some of the stuff from the Red era. I like a lot of the stuff from you already know I love oh my god, what was the 1989? I almost forgot. I was like, what's the song Shake It Off is on? Like the 1989 era, because that was Max Martin. And Max Martin can work with anybody and he produces greatness. He worked with Ace of Base. He's worked with so many other artists over the years. He's worked with Robin. He's worked with rock bands like Britney Spears most famously. He's done stuff with the Backstreet Boys and N.Y.C. Like Max Martin's DNA, music DNA, is on a lot of your faves. He's worked with Pink. Him and Shellback have worked with Pink. Like, there's been many a big artists that they work with. A lot of their biggest hits come from Max Martin and Shellback. They have a real good ear for getting you hooked on a song. And remember, at one point, Madonna was supposed to work with Max Martin on what is turning out to be Confessions on the Dance Floor Part 2. But then again, we had somebody in the comments, Robert, said, I guess because Taylor called, they were like, sorry, sis, we going over here with Miss Beyoncé. So it could have been that. And then it was just like, okay, I guess Madonna was kind of not, she was taking a bit of time with her sessions or whatever. Who knows? But Taylor Swift kept calling, Katy calling, and we're like, okay, we got to go work with her because we got a different rapport with her versus, how some people like to say that Madonna likes to take complete and utter control over the music and doesn't let producers come in and do what they got to do. So yeah, the titles they said on the leaked track list, which have been confirmed: Ruin the Friendship, Father Figure. Every time I hear Father Figure, I think of George Michael. Oldest Daughter, The Fate of Ophelia, Elizabeth Taylor, and Cancelled. I could definitely imagine what Elizabeth Taylor is probably about. It's probably like the overall getting caught up in the scrutiny of relationships. And remember when she got with Richard Burton, who was married? And it's just a whole, it's probably a lot of that and the spectacle of the industry and fame. And I'm wondering if that's what that's kind of about. But I'll check it out once the album comes out. I will give it a listen. So an insider reportedly said, they said Taylor is in such a good space right now, but there was an awareness that she couldn't ignore all the drama. So it was like, yeah, you can come out with a fun record, but if you give people like that, those deep rooted lyrics, which she is good at, then there's going to be style from the production and substance with the lyrics, which is what I always enjoy from a lot of my favorite pop stars. Those who can poke fun at themselves, can be self-deprecating, can also have fun, but also have those moments where it's like, oh, if you listen to the lyrics, there's some deepness within the lyrics, within what I'm writing. So now they said there are Easter eggs in the new album about how she overcame the drama with with Fake Lively, aka Ku Klux Khaleesi. And she does, in her own way, address people who believe her relationship with Travis was a PR stunt. Now, as Radar Online reported, Swift was put in the middle of Lively's legal battle for her It Ends With Us co-star and director, Will Baldoni named her in a court filing and temporarily subpoenaed her, which is why we call her Subpoena Serena. XOXO Gossip Girl. Now, they said the Gossip Girl alum referred to the singer as one of her dragons while comparing herself to Game of Thrones Khaleesi, which is why she's been called Ku Klux Khaleesi in a private text message to Baldoni. Now, sources are loudly touting their friendship to Baldoni made the cruel summer singer feel used and exploited in her friendship. And y'all already know, as Beyonce says, the best revenge is your paper. When it comes to Taylor Swift, the best revenge is her pen. So when she's actually in there in the studio and writing, and that's when she gets you. She gathers you when she gets you together. And those are the type of artists I like, that somebody can come in. So when people go around, and I remember I said this at the beginning, that, oh, I don't get why people be so obsessed with Taylor Swift, that she's so basic and she's so this and she's so that. Maybe exterior-wise, she does give you bland white girl. However, one of the things I will give her credit for is that she's an artist. She truly is someone who loves and has a passion for music. And when you have a love and a passion for something, it resonates and it shows and it shines through the work that you do. And you can't deny that that's what it is that she has. And I think that that's why she resonates with so many girls, not just white girls, but all different ages and ethnicities. The gays love her. Little girls love her. There's some black girls out there that'll tell you, say, Knowles Carter, Swift fans. So she's going to write about her love life. She's going to write about things that have affected her, but she's also going to not take things seriously and have fun. And clearly, from when I watched the interview, she definitely is in a good place. And so the insider also says some of the songs sound dramatic in terms of the instrumental, but the lyrical content on a few is romantic. It is absolutely inspired by Travis. Being loved by him has really helped her overcome some dark chapters in her life. He has proof that there are kind men out there with good hearts, and fans will hear how happy she is in the songs. And you have to also realize too, is that, yeah, you definitely see, like, when Travis was sitting there and she had her hand on his leg and he's got his arm around her and they're being very affectionate and stuff. The body language, it didn't feel fake. And it would trust and believe. I can tell when you fake in a situation. And they definitely genuinely love each other's company. And you definitely see, like, he genuinely likes and cares for her. There's just a lot of y'all out there that don't understand that, because a lot of you men hate women. A lot of y'all don't like a strong woman. A lot of you not content with who you are as a man, which is why y'all got problems with a Taylor Swift type. And I'm not just saying, because she has got money, whatever the case is. When you are a strong woman and you are assertive in who you are as a person, a lot of men can't take that. And to me, it's like, Travis knows who he is at the end of the day. He knows what he brings to the table. He knows who he is as a man. And he's not intimidated by Taylor's star or her energy or whatever the case. And that's basically probably what she needs. And I think it also comes with getting older. When you're someone who's in your mid-30s and you're pushing close to 40 and you've lived a long time and you've seen a lot of stuff, your perspective changes. And that's just coming with age and wisdom and knowing a lot. So in addition to her romance with Kelce, sources said that Swift also was inspired by last year's presidential election, during which then candidate Donald Trump attacked the singer following her endorsement of Kamala Harris. A source said TS12 isn't a political record, but the billionaire was motivated by the excitement around Kamala last year, which is when she recorded some of the songs, saying that Taylor has a point to prove and is ready to silence people who said that her career has broke because she went woke. So because she's aware of what's going on in the world that makes her problematic, or she's lost the plot. You people sound dumb as hell. But anyway, so if you care, and I'm sure there are millions that do, the new album, 12th album, Life of a Showgirl, which only will have 12 tracks, is not going to have any extra tracks, although she did show different covers, which I'm sure she's probably going to, all the hardcore Swifties are going to buy every cover because they need to have it. Just if the mood ever, the mood ever strikes, you could just go over to Instagram and just look at the pictures. But I guess that's not enough. People need to actually own a lot of the physical copies. And she's one of the rare artists that a lot of her fans will just buy up everything that she creates and comes out with. So congratulations, Tay-Tay. I know that her album is coming out right after Cardi B's. And I did see that Cardi B commented or whatever the case was. But I'm like, girl, hopefully your album is successful, but you waited damn near a decade to put out music. Taylor Swift, you can't even stop her from putting out music. And I know some people are like, did she just put out a record? And I'm like, if you are an artist, if you're a creative and the inspiration is there supposed to be a time limit on when you're supposed to release music? There were artists that always release music every year. Rihanna released the album every year for the past 8 years. And then after Anti, she decided to disappear and push out a bunch of damn babies. And when I seen her recently, she's still pregnant. I'm like, God damn, is Riri an elephant? Because her stomach is big as a house. She's still pregnant. And I'm like, damn, the last time I felt like she was pregnant was like last year. Why is she still with child? So enough of that Riri tangent. I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, it's like, speaking of babies, this will be Taylor's 12th child that she's pushing out. So I'll say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited for this new album? What do you think a lot of the songs mean that have been coming out as of late regarding what's going on with Taylor Swift and all that good stuff? So whatever your thoughts are, y'all know what to do. Let me know in the comments down below. Okay. Let's say, let me go now, because I'm like, where am I? I went up way too far. Said, man, Taylor Swift was on tour for years, nonstop, it feels like. Yeah, but I'm like, if you like, listen, not you spreading leaks. And he said, that would be rough. Just to travel along. I don't care how well you're taken care of. I toured about 7 years. That shit will run you down. I can't imagine her schedule. But that's why she was like, she got more into like endurance training and all that other stuff, because she knew like you get to a certain point where your body starts to like wind down. That's why I was like, yeah, you got to do the what do you call it? You got to do the treadmill, and you got to do all that type of training to get yourself ready. Because, and she said, I'm not an athlete, which she was like hoping that they wouldn't take it in a wrong way. But yeah, I think in a way, if you're an artist, you are an athlete, unless you're somebody who just stands there on stage playing an instrument. But playing a guitar or whatever. No shade, but I don't feel like that requires a lot of working out. You're just, playing the guitar. But if you're someone where you're an artist and you're moving around the stage, you got a lot of bells and whistles and a lot of things happening, you definitely have to get up your strength and train yourself like an athlete so that way you could be able to do what you need to do for as long as you need to do it. And also the smart thing with her, unlike a lot of other artists, she was taking breaks in between. So that's what I would do. I'm like, I want a month off, and then we go back and we do the tour again and do other stuff. That's probably a good thing, because it's like, you know what? I realized that touring life wasn't for me. It's a lot. It's grueling. If you have a family, whatever the case is, it pulls you away from them. But then on the other hand, you make so much money working with these artists. So it's like, yeah, that's why a lot of them do it. But sometimes I'm like, nah, I'd rather just teach. So I don't have to sit around and travel. Taylor Swift also been in the public eye forever, never really had any meltdowns and mess on her. And that's another thing. She's one of the few that knows how to handle drama or whatever the case is, because a lot of these artists don't. A lot of them just get so caught up in all the BS. You don't really hear her. She's still out here living her life. She goes wherever. She doesn't let the public scrutiny, craziness stop her from going to dinner, hanging out at this place, going to this event. She's like, I'm gonna just go out and do me. And I got my security, but I'm still, said the album cover as a child everywhere. Yeah, I did hear that it was like I've heard that a lot of people really aren't feeling the album covers. I did see that. Snake Lively. Okay, that's another one. I hope Pam is in the music video. She already had Dita Von Teese. And you talking about Pam? I was like, Pam Anderson. That actually would be cool though if she did that. Because then be like, yeah, Life with Showgirl, Pam Anderson, definitely put her in it. Alba is from Sweden, and they're practically disciples. Yeah, I don't know how I forgot bringing them up. They said disciples of pop music. I would love to visit one day. That is one place I would love to go to as well. I would love to do Sweden. I want to do Berlin. One of my friends was talking about, because of the current administration, all those other stuff. He is moving to Canada. And he was saying to one of my friends, Den Vettel, who's an artist, he was like, why don't you just move to the Netherlands or Berlin? Child, I will be such a whore in some damn Berlin. I don't know if I want to go out. We're going to have to be getting STI checks every damn week. But from all the whoredom that I'd be getting caught up in. But yeah, I was like, Berlin sounds cool. And also the Netherlands. But I would definitely love to visit Sweden. There's so much great music that comes out of Sweden. Not frosted legs. Must be feeling some type of way. Well, she'll be all right. Okay. We are blaming Lively. A gay guy I know who is kind of a hater said she is Gaylor Swift, and it's a cover for Travis to be in the closet or something. I've heard that too. Look, there's been rumors about Taylor Swift being a lesbian. So if they got some type of grift going on, that's between them. Don't expect any bonus tracks or extra tracks or special edition CDs or extra photos, jewelry, and postcard photos and posters. Yeah, I think like stick to the theme. It's like get in, get out. It's the 12 tracks, 12 album. She released it around, Nicki Minaj. Why she's trying to get a feature? Probably. Now that I think about it, it's like you say, is that because she knows Cardi's album? Yeah. And she probably sort of posted stuff online regarding what Cardi B said in regards to the response. I don't know who dropped what first, but I do remember hearing like something, like I saw like Cardi posted something in regards to the response to Taylor dropping her album around that time. So, Nikki, you should be worried about releasing your own music. Stop trying to be petty. I mean, I know that's your last name, but still, you will get tired way faster than normally. I believe it. It's just sort of like, yeah, you being on stage for like 2 hours performing, yeah, that is exhausting. But that's why it's like, yeah, you got to work out. I don't know. My brain is wired different. Like I'm always like energized. And every time I'm like, I just need to go to sleep. But my brain is always going a mile a minute. I have played in, what's that, Bergen? Oh, I was like, what's Berlin like? You said the clubs. Oh yeah, I've heard that. The clubs are almost 20. Yeah, they stay open late. Sweetener is the idea of the socialism we want, but because Cuba had a socialist that was evil. Make fun of me all you want, but I love white girl music. Who was I making fun? Wait, you talking about what you talking about, Willis? I wasn't making fun of y'all. Well, you're not making my little comments, but I was like, you say your white girl music. I've come to appreciate a lot of Taylor's music. Y'all already know, especially with Robert and I be talking, I've changed my stance on, I mean, I still be feeling like, she's not one of my big artists, whatever, but anybody that drops a song and is cute or it's likable, I give them their kudos. There have been artists that I don't particularly care for, and I'm like, oh, I heard that. That was a cute song. I didn't know that came from them. So if you put out a bop or something, I'm not one of those people that just finds a reason to shade somebody for the sake of shading. When I was younger, I did that. But when you grow up and you are a little more secure in yourself, you don't need to do all of that. Some people feel the need to continue to be, to show signs of insecurity. I've been seeing some of them on social media making comments about, regardless of how you feel regarding Lady Gaga. He makes a certain person I know not in here that's watching. So makes comments about Lady Gaga, did a whole discourse on Taylor Swift. I'm like, if you don't like the artist, why are you commenting on them? Someone said something about her dropping the album around the 12th anniversary. Does that mean if that's happening, does she have beef with Lady Gaga? I know it's a lot of people have been saying that is Lady Gaga hitting at stuff because she's been doing a lot of art pop stuff on the Mayhem tour. Particularly, I saw one video, I think when she was in Vegas, she closed out with GUI. Because she kind of comes out on stage in this black coat. Her hair has got like a net on it and a hat, like she's trying to look like a dude or something. I guess that's her version of what she think a man's supposed to look like. And she started covering that. So people think that are they getting art pop part 2 or something on it? I was like, who knows? But maybe she's just revisiting a lot of those albums for the hardcore fans. You said Gaga and Nicki never saw eye to eye because Nicki was always compared to her. Really? Well, yeah. Now that I think about it, yeah, because Nicki Minaj was like, as a rapper, she was doing a lot of the Gaga aesthetic. They all were. It wasn't just Lady Gaga. Well, Lady Gaga kind of mainstreamed that whole crazy over the top look. Then you saw Katy Perry was doing it. Then you saw, damn, I just forgot her name. Nicki Minaj. There was a bunch of girls at that time that were coming out with, everybody was wearing weird costumes, crazy wigs, all that other stuff. So why you getting mad? The only difference is like, take it as flattery. The only difference is you're a rapper and Gaga's a singer. So, but Nicki Minaj acts like she wants to be the center of everything and that she can't do no wrong and she don't take inspiration from other people. Y'all all do it. All artists take inspiration from what has been done or who did things before them. So, but then you have your own thing that you make it work. Even Taylor Swift said that. It was like, yeah, we all have the people that we're inspired by. So let's not sit up here and try to act like y'all invented the damn wheel because no, you haven't. So I give you credit. You're more open-minded like Crystal. I try to tell her to listen to folklore. Yes, I've grown to be. One of the things about me is that I'm more or less adventurous. I like trying different things, especially when it comes to food. And I try to be open-minded with a lot of stuff. So at first, when I've tried to push back from things. Like when we get up in here and talk about Ethel Cain in a second, it's like, yeah, I wasn't really familiar with who this girl was until Onyx brought her up, and that got me interested in wanting to check her stuff out. So it was like, so that's the one thing I love about doing this show also, is that when you have younger viewers that watch the show, if I'm not familiar with a lot of artists, especially because when I'm older, it's hard to and especially in this social media era, back then it was so much easier to discover new things, and because of I could sit and watch MTV and MTV2, well, particularly MTV2. They were more adventurous in regards of the type of different types of artists, variety of artists that you could check out, be it electronic music or underground or rock music or pop or whatever the case is, those who don't get the shine of like the mainstream. So it's easy to kind of discover talent in that way. Or when you would go to Virgin Megastore and they had those little booths with the music and you could listen to albums and get into certain people and things, or they had like 120 minutes with Matt Pinfield and he would play all these artists that were way out there that I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. Who's that? And that got me interested. Now with social media, it's hard to kind of like find those artists. So when people tell me about stuff, I'm like, you know what? I might check that out and see what that is. Or based off of my Apple Music playlist, they'll introduce me, to artists that are similar to certain artists that I'm listening to. She isn't. I mean, she has a loyal fan base and they'll always come out and support her. But as far as like putting a show together, it's like you've seen Lady Gaga's glow up. You see Lady Gaga puts a lot of effort into her shows. Nicki be a mess, but her fans live for it. And one of the things I find hilarious, like this same person I was talking about likes to make fun of, oh, I wouldn't pay a ticket to see Gaga the way she be dancing and stuff. She's doing what she do and the fans live for it. So that's their thing. And it's like, if you wouldn't have bought a ticket anyway, because you're not a fan. So to me, it doesn't make sense. Why even go there if you're not a fan of an artist? Like if you're not a fan of the artist, you never plan on buying a ticket anyway. It's just, you feeling like you doing Madonna's bidding by being shady towards another artist. I don't want to say. Well, his name is Albie. He's on he's on Twitter, and also one of my friends on Facebook. So she be up in there hating on the girls. Taylor Swift, Madonna. I mean, not Madonna. He loves Madonna. As do I, but still, it's just like, these people's nuts. But anyway, let's move on. Because we talk about beefs and things. Let's get into a new beef. Lana Del Rey and Ethel Cain apparently are beefing on social media. So I was sitting there doing this deep dive because, yeah, Onyx, this is for you, because they, he hit me up. I was like, can you do this whole thing on Ethel Cain, Lana Del Rey? I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I happen to do this thing. And look, one of the things I do want to try out and stuff is, if y'all recommend a topic I'm not necessarily familiar with or excited about, whatever. Maybe I shouldn't say excited, because then it makes it sound like I'm just going through emotions, which if I'm going to sit here and do a topic, I'm going to invest. So, Ethel Cain apparently has been shading Lana Del Rey for years. I didn't even know their beef went so far back, years, like even down to the whole thing of when Lana Del Rey did a shift at a Waffle House, and it was thought it was for experimental purposes. I didn't think she was harder for cash, but I didn't know. I thought like, okay, she was doing some type of experiment that she wanted to work and see what it's like for regular people to work as well. No, she was shading Ethel Cain. I had no idea this was all that was on between these two girls, but apparently, yeah, these girls have been beefing for years. And so let's get into this deep dive. So, in an unexpected turn of events, it seems the singer Lana Del Rey and Ethel Cain are butting heads online. Now, on Thursday, that'd be today, Ray uploaded a snippet of a song off her upcoming album to Instagram. And in the song, I can't play it because it plays the music and I don't want to get demonetized. But she's singing, Ethel Cain hated my Instagram post. Think it's cute reenacting my Chicago pose. So the lyrics, confused fans, many of whom were confused as to why she mentioned Cain in the first place. But it seemed like others were in on this seemingly long simmering drama going on between the two singer-songwriters, and it looks like a man is at the center of it. So let's take a trip back to 2022. So apparently Ray took a picture with her ex-boyfriend, Jack Donahue, outside of the Cook County Jail, and I do remember that picture. And not too soon after, Cain posted a photo of herself with Donahue. And they were out in the mountains. Now, I do have that picture. Hold on, because, we got receipts. I stay coming with a receipt. So it was this picture. And she puts Lana Del Rey shades ex-boyfriend Jake Donahue and singer Ethel Cain in new snippet. And it said, and as the one I posted in regards to that. So yeah, you see the picture here with Lana with her man outside the prison. That's not the one she married though, right? And then you see Ethel Cain, the same one. I'm like, y'all about here, y'all hunching the same dude, or was y'all at the same time? So there's that. Then in the song, Ray also sings the most famous girl in the Waffle House, I Don't Regret It, the most famous girl at the Waffle House. Now, many people think that this is a nod to a 2022 profile in the New York Times of Cain was titled The Most Famous Girl at the Waffle House. Just a year later, Ray worked a shift, as we just talked about, at a Waffle House as a publicity stunt that many are now considering to be shade towards Cain's stint in the restaurant chain. Then, after that snippet was uploaded, Because we got that one too. I told her I came with the receipts. So we got that one. And then there's this article where they had the most famous girl in the Waffle House. And it was like the singer-songwriter Ethel Cain has an elaborate vision of becoming a different kind of pop star. She's doing it from rural Alabama. And said, quote, I don't want to be a celebrity. This is what she said recently ahead of her release of her debut album, Preacher's Daughter. I had no idea that was kind of like her whole situation, that she's from Alabama. And then you see this picture of Lana Del Rey in a Waffle House cosplaying as a waitress. So yeah, with all of that being said, a lot of people feel like, oh, she was throwing shade. Then it was this one from, oh yeah, we got more. I told you, there's a lot of receipts. So then after the snippet, she took to Instagram stories to say that Ray blocked her on the platform. This is what Cain said, saying that Lana was allegedly made aware of this through Jack Donahue, who was friends with Ethel Cain. Lana reacted to this information by recording a diss track that we all know now as All About Ethel. This is a play on a film by a similar name called All About Eve. So she's basically out here trying to say, and if y'all know the history of All About Eve, it was sort of like, and it was similar also, like when you watch the movie Showgirls, which I already know is one of my favorite movies of the 90s and of all time. Like I have many of faves. Showgirls is one of my favorite. People think I be making like I'm being funny. No, I love Showgirls because it's a mess, it's messy, it's campy, and it's got the element of All About Eve in there. Shout out to Joan Crawford, who was in the original All About Eve. But in this situation, what she's trying to say is it's giving very much Madonna, Lady Gaga, or Nicki Minaj and Cardi B, whatever you want to call it, when you have your ingenue who's trying to overtake, like push you out the way and try to become the next big version of who you started out as. And that, I think, is what is the root of all of this that is going on, where Lana Del Rey feels like Ethel Cain is trying to come for her position. But I'm like, no shade. Is Lana Del Rey that girl? Because here's the thing, and it's weird how I'm even talking about this. So yesterday, I was actually, I don't know if I was on my way home, but I remember the song came on. Lana Del Rey popped up on my playlist. Like National Anthem came on. I love that song. National Anthem popped on. I was up in there just going with it because I like Lana Del Rey. So there's no shade towards her. But if this is the whole thing with Ethel, you trying to jump on this situation and bring attention to your music when you out here trying to say you don't want to be a pop star, like I'm starting to look at you a little side-eyed. And then they also brought up the whole, wait, let me open this up because there was a comment situation where oh yeah, so I got it. So there was like, Lana was allegedly made aware of this through Jack Donahue, who was friends with Ethel. And then in the comments, they were like, I didn't know who Ethel was until a few years ago, when someone brought to my attention the disturbing and graphic side-by-side images she would often put up of me next to unflattering creatures and cartoon characters making constant comments about my weight. I was confused at what she was getting at. Then when I heard that what she was saying behind closed doors for mutual friends and started inserting herself into my personal life, I was definitely disturbed. You think her being a preacher's daughter, that makes you a little, a lot of you people out here, y'all be weird with all of that. So yeah, Lana posted that on her Twitter. And then, so then Pop Bass actually jumped in on the situation too. And yeah, she said that she was disturbed by everything. Child. Yo, I'm gonna read y'all the comments in a couple of seconds. That had me cackling. So yeah, now they're showing the 1950 movie All About Eve, which I absolutely love, and they say it's all about women and their men. Now, from the moment she glimpses her idol at the stage door, Eve Harrington is determined to take the reins of power away from the great actress Margot Janning. Eve maneuvers her way into Margot's Broadway role, becomes a sensation, and even causes turmoil in the lives of Margot's director boyfriend, her playwright, and his wife. Only the cynical drama critic sees through Eve, admiring her audacity and perfect pattern of deceit. So, yeah, there's a lot of that where they feel like Ethel Cain is literally trying to pull some type of stunt where she's asserting herself into Lana Del Rey's life because she wants Lana's life. This is according to what she's alluding to, which they did say that they might be okay. So now let's get into which is like the whole Cardi B, Nicki Minaj comparisons and all that other stuff. Now, speaking of which, somebody actually did kind of throw Nicki and them in this situation because one person under the comments said this is like Nicki versus Cardi for depressed bitches. Somebody said Ethel is a man. I'm like, Ethel's trans? But if they are, that transphobic shit, form it into a dildo and shove it up your ass, all of that is unnecessary. Now, and then that person goes, bro, Ethel literally got exposed for her racist, disturbing rants and hatred, but you guys still continue to support her and stream. I swear YT women never get canceled. I didn't even know about that. Is Ethel out here being racist? And then another person said the only thing Lana Del Rey did wrong here was using she, her pronouns for Ethel. Let's not do that. Another person said the music industry turns women against each other while men get away with worse behavior daily. Well, not that Queen Drake, because she's still out here windmilling hard trying to take down this whole UMG and Not Like Us and all this drama that's still going on with him and Kendrick. And I'm just like, I'm over it with that mess. So this bitch assness on men's side too. And another person, and people don't believe me when I say Ethel Cain is racist and a misogynist. And then they got this picture, was hilarious. They said, get that bitch Lana. Hold on, because I'm like, let me see if I can pull that up for y'all to see. That just made me crack up. Yeah, it was this picture. When they said that, it was like, get that bitch Lana. And it's about Lana pulling her by the hair. But look, let me see if there's any more to add to it, because this is a lot of drama for why. Beats me. Like I said, it could be like some, like she said, all about Eve's situation. But yeah, they were talking about this goes all the way back to 2018 when Cain was posting on the Curious Cat platform. What the hell's a Curious Cat? And where have I been? And uploaded some racist posts that were recently resurfaced, and she since apologized for it. In 2020, she began to criticize Ray online and in interviews after people have repeatedly compared the two artists. Now, here's the thing. There might be some similarities with their music, a bit. No shade, but I'm still here for Lana Del Rey, because Lana Del Rey is the originator of what she does. So I'm team Lana in regards to like whose side I'm on musically. This drama, y'all need to just chop it, let it go. Or maybe what y'all need to do is pull a Charlie XCX Lord type situation and do a collab, do a remix of this diss track. And let bygones be bygones, because you know what? We love the fact that she brought Lord onto her remix of Girl. Girl. Girl, so confusing. It's like, I'm glad that they worked their whole situation out. We've all moved on. We love the new Lord album. We love the Charlie XCX record and all that good stuff. So they put their situation to bed, and I think you girls need to do the same thing. However, I don't think that'll ever happen. So we'll see. But I say all this to say to you guys, what do you think of this crazy story regarding these two white girls beefing, white girl cat fight? So whatever your thoughts are, y'all know what to do. Let me know in the comments down below. Mm-hmm. You said not the I don't want to say. It's yeah, it didn't take me. It wasn't hard for me to say the name, right? And you said, you said, I like the 120 minutes. Yes, they did. They played a lot of videos. I love them both so much that I can't pick a side. You said, so Kendrick versus Drake for the homosexuals and girls. Or like they said, that one was actually funny though. They said it's like Nicki and Cardi for depressed white bitches. Now that's funny. Or depressed bitches. And they said chest workout done. Boobies are pumped and loaded. I do love a chest workout though. He said, "Oh, so Ethel," and that's why I hate the fact that okay, so Ethel is trans, but here they go. Oh, the mistake she made was doing like giving her female pronouns when she meant eat a dick. How about that? Or maybe that's the problem. Y'all ain't getting no dick, so I gotta hate. So you said, but an unclockable one at that. Curious Cat is an anonymous message. Yeah, I never heard of it. He said, I don't know if you know her, but Chase. Oh, of course I know who Chase Icon is. I love Chase Icon music. Is about to spill some tea on her phone. Child. Damn, everybody going in on Ethel. But I like Chase Icon. Chase Icon is like in the same vein of like she does like hyper pop, similar to Charlie, and of course, like Kim Petras, Slater. Who's the other one now? I like a lot of Cobra. She's in that same vein. And so I like Chase Icon because she does a lot of the hyperpop type stuff. So I like her music. Nuh-uh. They said, thank you for covering the topic for me. Would you compare this to Gaga versus Madonna? I see that in the thing. It was like, it's very similar to like All About Eve and funny enough, She's Not Me popped in my head while I was saying that. I just didn't say it out loud. It was like Gaga versus Madonna, Nicki versus Cardi, and a bunch of others in that whole vein. When you have the Icon versus the Ingenue, and that's why she compared her to All About Eve, because it was giving very that she's like, this girl trying to assert herself into my personal stuff, not creative and personal. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some mess. Let's get into this story because this is the controversial story of the hour with this top producers of the 21st century, that Billboard put together. And it's controversial because Beyoncé was included and a lot of people are not feeling, excuse me, her being on this list. So we're going to go through the list of all 25 and I will give my overall thoughts on, the whole situation as we go through it. So, shout out to Billboard for being messy. But they said the following. Now, they said in the first quarter of the 21st century, 326 songs hit number one look at y'all keeping count, on the Billboard Hot 100. More than 300 producers were behind at least one of those smashers, but only a select few managed to reach the top more than once, and even fewer did so consistently over that span. After revealing the top artists, albums, and songs of the first 25 years, since we're 25 years into the new century, on the Hot 100 and more since January, Billboard is now celebrating the top producers of the 21st century on the Hot 100. The top 25 producers with the most number one hits on the chart in the century's first 25 years. Certain names are likely more well-known than others. Some double as superstar recording artists, but in the social media era, even behind the scenes creators have far-reaching visibility and followings. Regardless of how they made the elite list, no, it needs to be important as how you decide to make a choice in regards of why you chose who you chose and in the order you chose them from. So you can't say regardless of how they made the list, all can claim credit for helping shape the sound of hit music since the turn of the century. Now, of the 300 plus producers who led the Hot 100 from charts dating January 1st, 2000 through December 28, 2024, less than half managed a second number one and only 33 earned at least 4. To break ties in the top 25, Billboard ranked which producers had the most Hot 100 top 10s in the tracking period, followed by the most overall entries on the chart. Now, get y'all debate forks ready because I know it's coming. Get them fingers a typing because we're going to have to go through a lot of these. Now, Billboard has unveiled, they said it's unveiling the full list all this week. Now, Monday, August 11th, numbers 25 to 21. Tuesday, August 12th, numbers 20 to 16. And I will say this, we haven't even gotten the top 5. It stops at number 6. So maybe I should have saved this story for tomorrow, but we'll probably have to revisit it tomorrow because after we do the whole top whatever, I'll come in and I'll give you all the top 5 and work it out from there. Because I'm like, it stops at number 6, which I thought was relatively interesting. But anyway, so so tomorrow the 15th, we'll have to give you the top 5. Now, top 20, now coming in at number 25, they have Brian Michael Cox. Now, I'm sure y'all probably don't know who that is. I definitely know Brian Michael Cox. Brian Michael Cox worked up under, what the hell's Diddy. And he definitely did a lot of songs in the early 2000s. And he's done songs such as Usher's You Got It Bad. He also did Burn and Confessions Part 2, as well as Mariah Carey's Don't Forget About Us. Also produced with longtime collaborator Jermaine Dupri. At the first cracking the top 100 in 1999, Cox went on to work with Toni Braxton, Janet Jackson, and Jagged Edge. His influence extended into the 2020s as he produced singles for the next generation of R&B stars, including Money Long's 2024 top 20 hit, Made for Me. Now, coming in at 24, we have will.i.am. So, one of the things I will say is, will.i.am definitely deserves to be on this list. 24, though? No, he need to be a little higher than that. So, they said the Black Eyed Peas frontman earned 4 Hot 100 number ones as a producer in the first 25 years of the 21st century. Big Girls Don't Cry by then bandmate Fergie, BEP's Boom Boom Pow and I'm a B, as well as Usher OMG featuring will.i.am. And then his solo output is also impressive, where he's produced songs for Estelle, Nas, and the Pussycat Dolls. More recently, he's expanded into Latin pop, where he produced Hot 100 hits recorded by the high-profile likes of J Balvin, Ozuna, and Shakira, where he did Girl Like Me with the Black Eyed Peas, Ozuna with Mamacita, and J Balvin with Ritmo, Bad Boys for Life. So he has been producing lots of, and if you listen to a lot of their recent stuff, Black Eyed Peas, they have been using a lot of Latin influences on their music. Now coming in at 23 is Boy Wonder. So Boy Wonder has been defining force in hip-hop production since the 2010s with a signature dancehall / reggae team sound that has helped power 4 songs into the number 1 on the Hot 100. So he produced Eminem's Not Afraid, Rihanna's Work featuring Drake, and Drake's God's Plan, as well as First Person Shooter featuring J. Cole. Now, known for his long-standing partnership with Drake, he's produced more than 40 of his Hot 100 chart hits. Boy Wonder has also delivered tracks for Cardi B, Jack Harlow, sidebar, where the hell has Jack Harlow been? We haven't heard from him in a month of Sunday. Kendrick Lamar, Lil Wayne, and Nicki Minaj. The number 22. Now, I was like, yeah, I know her. I mean, him. Corey Rooney. Now, Corey Rooney, I think, is more famous because he did a lot of stuff for Lopez's early career. But like when you listen to her debut album On the Six, Corey Rooney's name and production is all over that album. So he did Destiny's Child Independent Woman Part 1. And that song spent 11 weeks on the charts. Then that, paved the way for him working with Jennifer Lopez, producing 3 of her 4 number 1 hits. I'm Real in 2001, Ain't It Funny, both featuring Ja Rule, and All I Have featuring LL Cool J in 2003. He also produced her enduring number 3 peaking 2002 hit, Henny from the Block, featuring Styles, P, and Jadakiss. So Corey Rooney was definitely prominent in her career. I feel like, girl, you need to give him a call. You want to hit again. Then number 21, we have Greg Kurstin, who everybody, I don't know if y'all familiar with that name, but Greg Kurstin has been, had a hand in a lot of huge hits, including, he's worked with Kelly Clarkson, Lily Allen, 303, Pink, Adele. He, Stronger, What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger, that Kelly Clarkson song, he produced that. He also produced a lot of, like I said, a lot of songs for Pink, including Blow Me One Last Kiss. He also did Adele's Hello, Easy on Me, Sia's Cheap Thrills, featuring Sean Paul. He also did songs with Halsey, Tate McRae, and Maren Morris. And then also, again, with Kelly Clarkson on her song Underneath the Tree. So Greg Kurstin has been, he's had a hand in a lot of big bops in the 2020s or the turn of the 21st century. So then at 20, we have Jeff Basker, which is, he's done songs for Ye, which Kanye, sorry, I don't call him no damn Ye, which y'all know, I don't know if y'all heard, but Kanye got a new damn documentary or something or other coming out. I don't even care enough to watch it or care about even, I don't know why I even mentioned it, but I guess because, it's in the thing. So Kanye, yeah, he did Runaway, Drake's Find Your Love, Beyonce's Party. He also did We Are Young from Fun. Then Janelle Monáe, where he did a song with her, and Basker. He also returned to the summit with Bruno Mars, Locked Out of Heaven. Pink's Just Give Me a Reason with Nate Ruess from Fun. Uptown Funk. He produced where they said that his crowning achievement came in 2015 via Mark Ronson's blockbuster Uptown Funk featuring Bruno Mars, a 14-week number 1 that also finished as the top year-end song of 2015. Damn, I can't believe that song is 10 years old. Where the time goes. Then in 19, we have The Weeknd. Now, say what you want. Sometimes The Weeknd with them shaky ass sheep vocal, because he always sound like a sheep being strangled when he sings. The vocals always be shaking. I don't particularly care for The Weeknd like that, but we can't deny the boy do have bops. So, or knows how to construct a hit. So he's on the list, and they said of his 7 Hot 100 number ones, he's credited as a producer on 5, helping cement his status not just as a performer, but as a sonic architect of his success. He co-produced Starboy, featuring Daft Punk, Heartless, Blinding Lights, Save Your Tears, remixed with Ariana Grande, Frappuccino, and Die For You, also with Grande, Frappuccino. Now, number 18, I've never heard of him, but it's a guy by the name of Oz. But I'm sure I probably know his music. But they said the Swiss producer went from crafting album cuts for Travis Scott and Drake to producing blockbuster hits. He earned his first Hot 100 number ones with Scott's Sicko Mode, followed by Scott's Highest in the Room, Drake's Tootsie Slide, and First Person Shooter featuring Drake, J. Cole, and Jack Harlow's Lovin' On Me. He became an in-demand producer for many of the hottest rappers of the 2020s, including Glorilla, Rod Wave, and Young Thug. So it's like, yeah, I wasn't really familiar with the name, but I do know the production. Okay, so now number 17, the Smeezingtons. Now, the Smeezingtons is somebody who's always worked with Bruno Mars, and there's actually Bruno is a part of the group. So they said, they said comprising Bruno Mars, Philip Lawrence, and Avril Lavigne. The Smeezingtons are the production and songwriting trio behind 5 of Mars's Hot 100 number ones in the early 2010s. So yeah, they worked on Nothing on You with B.O.B. featuring Mars, Just the Way You Are, Grenade, Locked Out of Heaven, When I Was Your Man. Which did he sue? Who was the artist that he sued over the whole When I Was Your Man? Was that Miley Cyrus? I think that was when Miley Cyrus apparently used that for her biggest hit that she won a Grammy for. And I don't think it was him per se that took her to court, but it was the people that was behind the song. So I think maybe the whoever owns the rights to that track or whatever was the ones that kind of came out with that lawsuit against Miley. Okay, so now they said the trio was ensemble force during this period, also creating memorable hits for CeeLo Green, that FU song, Far East Movement's Rocketeer. Whatever happened to them? They just kind of like came and went like a wet fart. And Adele's All I Ask. Now, outside of the Smeezingtons, Mars co-produced 3 of his other Hot 100 number ones, Mark Ronson's Uptown Funk, in which he's featured, Leave the Door Open, billed by Silk Sonic, Mars team up with Anderson .Paak, and Die With a Smile with Lady Gaga, which, came out this year. The number 16, we have Scott Storch, where Scott Storch definitely had a moment, but then he got caught up in that booger sugar, and that just kind of messed him up. He said this himself, so this is not like me making stuff up or spreading rumors. Now, Scorch had a massive chart run in the mid-2000s, first reaching number 1 on the Hot 100 with Beyonce's Baby Boy, followed by Terror Squad's Lean Back, which, funny enough, Joey Crack wound up saying, he said, I think he was doing an interview. It was him and Jadakiss, and they had Eve, and he made a little thing about leaving. He said, I can't lean back no more because my shoulder be hurting or something on the stuff. I was like, boy, if you don't shut up. So then also, then Mario's Let Me Love You, 50 Cent's Candy Shop, feature Olivia, Chris Brown's Run It. So, and he's also produced things for Ariana Grande, Megan Thee Stallion, and Post Malone. So yeah, Scott Storch was that dude. Didn't he also, I believe he produced stuff for Little Kim too? And I remember at one point, Little Kim and him was dating. I remember that story. And then number 15, which this is blasphemy because she should be higher on this list. They picked Mariah Carey. So there's no denying MC's historic influence across Billboard's charts. She isn't just a vocal icon. She's also been hands-on producing her own hits, and she'll let you know it too. She's credited as a co-producer on all 5 of her Hot 100s in this century. Thank God I Found You, featuring Joe and 98 Degrees. Her 14-week leader, We Belong Together, which came out 20 years ago in 2005. Don't Forget About Us, Touch My Body, and of course, the perennial All I Want for Christmas Is You, which finally hit number 1 in 2019, 25 years after its release. Carey also co-produced 10 number ones in the 1990s, the most of any producer that decade. Well, we definitely know that Mariah is very much hands-on creatively with her music. She'll let you know it. She'll even discuss like all the things that she does in the studio because Mariah is about her business. She's not out here trying to be all modest about all this other stuff. She's letting you know that I will be taken serious as a producer, an artist. I'm not just some girl that just comes in and just sings and wants a credit. So that number 14, they picked Kanye, and they picked an old picture of him because he do not look like this now. I know I should be showing y'all the stuff, but I'm also reading along what they're saying. Now, Kanye's influence as a producer predates his success as a recording artist, because I do remember that he was a he was producing and all this other stuff long before he became an artist. Because I remember, like when he did H to the is O, E to the is A. Like, I remember when he came and produced that song, and then he started producing stuff for himself, like through the wire and all that, all of that. So he also did Ludacris's Stand Up, followed by Twist's Slow Jams. The next time he reached number one was under his own artist billing with Gold Digger, and then Stronger, which, if y'all notice, one of the things that Kanye is good at is like taking samples of other people's stuff. Like Gold Digger was, that contained a sample. Stronger contained a sample because he was using Daft Punk and that sort of thing. And then, he would periodically come out with hits and stuff, including, in 2021 with Lil Nas X and Jack Harlow's Industry Baby, which he co-produced. I had no idea about that until just now. And then most recently, he topped the chart in 2024 with his own Carnival with Ty Dolla $ign, featuring Rich the Kid and Playboy Cardi. So now number 13, which I do think, it's funny, they put her before Kanye, but I think she should be higher as well. Taylor Swift. Swift's chart-topping run as a performer is rivaled by her behind-the-scenes impact. She is credited as a producer on 6 of her 12 Hot 100 number ones. Look What You Made Me Do, All Too Well, Taylor's version. Anti-Hero, Cruel Summer, Is It Over Now, Taylor's version. Fortnite featuring Post Malone. She co-produced all 6 with Jack Antonoff, while All Too Well was all co-produced by the pair with Christopher Rowe. Fittingly, she places at number 13 in this ranking. And at number 12, which I do love his production as well, he is a protege of Timbaland, and that is none other than Danger. Kind of like what Shellback is to Max Martin, that is Danger to Timbaland. So Danger exploded onto the Hot 100 with a trio of number ones, all co-produced with Timbaland in 2006. So Nelly Furtado's Promiscuous featuring Timbaland and Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back and My Love featuring T.I. His creative partnership with Timbaland generated 3 more number ones, all in 2007. Furtado's Say It Right, Timberlake's What Goes Around Comes Around, and Timbaland's Give It To Me featuring Furtado and Timberlake. He later produced other memorable hits by Britney Spears, which would be Give Me More, and a lot of the Blackout album. That's why I think a lot of people resonate with They love the Blackout album. They feel like that's Britney's best work on that record, and that's because Danger worked a lot with her on that record rather than Timbaland. Then he also worked with Madonna on 4 Minutes featuring Timberlake and Pink's Sober. So there's that with him. I actually like Danger. I don't know what happened to him though. Is he still out here making music? At number 11, we have Louis Bell, who has produced songs for Post Malone. That would be Rockstar. When they said, it was like, they said he produced all 5 of Post Malone's number ones. That would be Rockstar featuring 21 Savage, Psycho featuring Ty Dolla $ign, Sunflower, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. That's where that song is from. Circles, which came out in 2019, and I Had Some Help featuring Morgan Wallen. That trash. As well as Halsey's Without Me. He also crafted hits for 5 Seconds of Summer, Justin Bieber, Taylor Swift, and Kanye, becoming one of the most in-demand producers since the start of the streaming era. So when they say that they don't have any, who's the next Timbaland, who's the next this, who's the next Max Martin, who's the next, I guess that Louis Bell will be one of them, because who would be this generation's version of that of what we got? So now number 10. They said, damn, I'm like, why is he so far at the bottom? Speaking of Timbaland, he's number 10. So few producers have helped with the sonic fabric of the 21st century pop and R&B like Timbaland, after building a legacy in the 90s with Missy Elliott and Genuine as half of Timbaland and Magoo. May Magoo rest in peace. He finally topped the Hot 100 with in 2000 with Aaliyah's Try Again. Then came a wave of 6 number ones in just 2 years, where he had Nelly Furtado's Promiscuous, which came out in 2006, Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back in 2006, My Love featuring T.I. in 2006, and Furtado's Say It Right in 2007. Timberlake's What Goes Around Comes Around in 2007, and his own Give It To Me featuring Furtado and Timberlake in 2007. His signature blend of futuristic beats and off-kilter rhythm redefined mainstream production, and he kept on producing other hits for stars such as Jay-Z, Madonna, and Nas. So at number 9, we have Jermaine Dupri, who has given us a bunch of hits from people such as Usher and Mariah Carey, where he produced a lot of big hits for Usher. Number ones, I should say. Excuse me, You Got It Bad, Burn, Confessions Part 2 and My Boo with Alicia Keys. And 2 for Mariah Carey, which would be We Belong Together, Don't Forget About Us. He also delivered a number 1 for Nelly with 2006's Grills, featuring Paul Wall and Ally and Gipp. His knack for pairing smooth melodies with hard-hitting beats helped forge the crossover sound of the 2000s. And he's also produced hits for Ari Lennox and Money Long. So Jermaine's still out here doing his thing. The number 8, he can produce a lot of hits for a lot of people, but not his fiance, apparently. Benny Blanco. So Benny's rise from protege to pop powerhouse began in 2009 when he worked on Don't Trust Me with 303, which peaked at number 7. And Kesha's and what he said, exploded with his first number 1 a year later, Kesha's TikTok. Under the wing of his mentor, Dr. Luke, he scored a string of leaders in rapid succession. Katy Perry's California Girls, featuring Snoop Dogg and Teenage Dream, both in 2010. Kesha's We Are Who We Are, Maroon 5's Moves Like Jagger, Rihanna's Diamonds. He also produced Justin Bieber's Love Yourself and Shawn Mendes and Camila Cabello's Señorita. He also produced for Ed Sheeran, as I said, Selena Gomez, The Weeknd, Lana Del Rey, and SZA. So, his music spans eras and genres, from large-scale pop bangers to stripped-down ballads. So he is a jack of all trades in that sense. Now, speaking of Jack, let's talk about Jack Antonoff, who comes in at number 7. So, his career did not always begin with Taylor Swift, even though Taylor has always been like his bigger client. But it sure took off, as I said, with her. But after reaching number 1 on the Hot 100 in 2012 as the member of Fun, with We Are Young featuring Janelle Monáe, Antonoff shifted behind the scenes and began building a sonic universe rooted in dreamy, 80s-inspired synths. His first number 1 came via Swift's Look What You Made Me Do in 2017. He also produced All Too Well, Taylor's version, Anti-Hero, Cruel Summer, Is It Over Now, and Fortnite featuring Post Malone. He's also since brought his signature sound of Sabrina Carpenter, solely producing her number 1, Please, 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 and also did Kendrick Lamar's Squabble Up, which I do love that song, by the way. He also did Lamar and SZA's Luther and Carpenter's Man-Child, which Man-Child has not grown on me, but he worked on it. And so good for him. And you know what? As we said before, I'm kind of glad that he didn't work with Taylor on the new album. That I'm glad it's just Max Martin and Shellback, who I'm hoping Max Martin is in the top 5, because it stops at number 6. And that's why I'm kind of beating myself, because I'm like, damn, I didn't know if the other part was going to come out tomorrow. So if that was the case, I would have saved this topic for tomorrow. But like I said, we'll visit the top 5 and we'll revisit this conversation again in the next show. But number 6 is the most controversial one of all, and that would be Beyoncé. So they said before Beyoncé became a solo juggernaut, she was already helping shape the Destiny's Child sound away from the mic. She earned her first Hot 100 number 1 as a producer with the group's Independent Woman Part 1 in 2000, followed by Bootylicious in 2001. When she went solo, she continued to maintain control over the texture of her music, co-producing 6 more of her number 1s: Crazy in Love featuring Jay-Z, Baby Boy featuring Sean Paul, Check on It featuring Slim Thug, Irreplaceable, which, the controversy around that, where people was like, oh, you sit up here trying to take credit for a song when it's Neo's. Neo said that himself, so it's not me trying to start mess. Break My Soul from 2022 and Texas Hold'em. Now, her work behind the board proves that she's not just the face of her music, but also a creative force behind the whole enterprise. Now, one of the things I will say about this is that nobody's taking away the fact that, yeah, Beyoncé is a creative force. She's definitely very hands-on with the creation of her music. But some people were wondering, well, how is she getting all this credit when she got like 59 people that she's giving credit to on a lot of her music? So it's hard for people to process the fact that, okay, so what part of her coming in and laying the foundation, or what part of what she does is producing? I'm like, why am I having a moment where it's like, because I had to bring up my notes on what I was going to say in regards of that's a part of this, but not all of it. So yeah, so when I posted, of course, everybody jumped in the comments, and Madonna better be in the top 5, because as much as hands-on she is with her music and stuff, and all the producers she works with, from William Orbit, who she conjured up Ray of Light with, and Marius DeVries, and some of the other people she worked with, Mil Ways, Stuart Price, like all the people that she's worked with over the years, she definitely needs to be on this list if we're incorporating people like Mariah Carey and Beyonce. So some people in the comments was like, now Jay-Z has gone too far buying records for his wife. Another person said producers meaning one of many on a number of projects or someone that gives lots of money to those that they create for her. Another person said William Orbit better be on the list. And then Michael Karpinski, who you know is a big Madonna fan, said, LOL, yes, Beyonce and her 27 collaborators. You ever read her album track credits? But that's because she got to pay all the people she be sampling and stuff. And then, of course, people jumped in the comments, making ageist comments and all this other stuff. But again, you got to be credited because if you don't, then it's going to be a problem where these people are going to try to sue you. And one person said the industry is not trustworthy or truthful. Like it or not, Beyonce is that girl. Another person, as a producer, it's your job to find talent and take the best parts of everyone's contribution and create a final product. As one of the most successful female artists in history, I think her success in the field is apparent. Yeah, so it's like there are ways that people produce. Because look, well, I'll get to what I said in a second, but it's just like when you're talking about, yeah, I'm not producing a beat per se, because I did say that. It was like, what beat has she ever produced, or when has she ever produced for other people? And somebody had to come in my comments and bring that up. And one person said production is not just making beats, which I know that. And then I don't know why people were dropping and she has more Grammys than anyone else alive or dead. What the fuck does Grammys have to do with anything? This is a conversation about producing. It's not about how many Grammys she has on her mantle. Like, get out of here with that. Or how much money she has, because that's always the go-to. It's either how much money you have or how many Grammys you have. I'm like, that's not the conversation. The conversation is about greatest producers of the 21st century. People, let's stick to the topic and stop bringing up accolades. Because here's the thing. Denzel Washington, who was a 2-time Oscar winner, recently just came out, was like, Oscars don't mean anything. And I don't know, a lot of people be like, well, you have Oscars, so you can say that. But it's like, me winning Oscars has not done me any favors as an artist, or me being hungry or wanting more for myself as a creative. They're just awards that you get that acknowledges what you've contributed to the industry that you're in. So yeah, this is the conversation. So there was like, please take a breath and understand that being a producer is not about making a beat. She literally orchestrates and pads her vocals. If you've ever heard a producer discuss her vocal stacks, you understand why she's on this list. I know she can be polarizing, but she's one of the greatest recording artists in history. And one of the best artists of a generation. Let's not act like crediting the people you share a room with is a bad thing. And what I put, which of course got laughs, I was like, I was being messy in my headline, but I'm aware it takes more than making beats to be considered a producer. Diddy is not a beat maker, but he's one of the biggest producers in the game. Beyonce is good at curating ideas, gathering some of the best writers and producers and bringing her ideas to life. She's also good at producing her own melodies on her tracks. If that's what they are taking into account, then okay. However, she should not be higher than Mariah Carey and Taylor Swift on Billboard's list. Billboard knows their list is meh. So by positioning her at number 6 and not revealing their top 5, we'll get people talking. And then, higher than Taylor? Yeah, she should be. Higher than Mariah? I'd have to see more, but I have seen her vocalize orchestrations a lot like how Beyonce has. I respect them both. I don't see it for Taylor in the same way, though. Ariana is in the vein of Mariah and Beyonce. Well, that's true. In the vein of Ariana and Beyonce, though, as far as how the tracks are padded and filled out through vocal orchestration and arrangement, so she should be on the list, too. Well, yeah, if that's what we're going on, and then that's good. And it's like, yeah, she is a vocal producer. So there's different things that people bring to what they do that I guess is defined as producer. Producer is not just some one broad thing of, oh yeah, you make a beat. Because like I said, if that was the case, Diddy doesn't make any beats, but he's good at orchestrating and putting people together with stuff and conjuring a hit. There's some people that have that. And I do think that with Beyonce, she is someone who has an ear, kind of like with me. Like I have an ear for music and stuff because that was always like my talent when I was in school studying classic piano and stuff. One of my teachers, Miss Dunstan, shout out to her. I don't know if she's still alive, but she was like, that was the one thing. Like I could never read sheet music, but I can hear it and play it back. That's how I always play music. It's like I have a good ear for stuff. So that's always kind of a thing that I've had versus the whole going in and training and all that stuff. that comes with being classically trained. So I've always had that thing. It was like they would play something and I could find the key and play it right back and then add a little finesse to it. So it's like, yeah, you hear things and it gets the juices flowing and things. And I think that's what she's good at. But the top 5, since we don't even know who's on that, it had me thinking, which is like, these are the people, and I know it's like top 25, whatever the case is, but why they not on this list? So I just don't like the idea they did like a top 25, because I was like, Babyface. He produced hits for like Toni Braxton, Ariana Grande, Madonna, Beyonce, Celine Dion, Janet Jackson, TLC, and Mariah Carey. Then, if you're going to have Timbaland on this list, you better have Missy Elliott. Because Missy Elliott she hasn't only just produced tracks for herself, but she's also produced things for Tweet, Aaliyah, Monica, because I had to write all this down, so that way I remember. But yeah, she's recorded big hits for people like Tweet, Aaliyah, Monica, Fantasia, Screamer for Hudson, Keisha Cole, Jasmine Sullivan, 702, Total, Jodeci, and Mary J. Blige. And then, even though I felt like they were way bigger than Timbaland, and that's no shade, I'm just saying. The Neptunes definitely have to be on this list because they produced some big hits for JT, as in Timberlake, Britney, Khalees, Madonna, Babyface, Toni Braxton, Snoop Dogg, Jay-Z, Nelly, Gwen Stefani, Usher, Clips, and N.E.R.D., which was the group that Chad and, Chad, Shay, and Pharrell were a part of. Then we can't forget about Dev Hynes, aka Blood Orange, who gave us hits such as, with Solange, FKA Twigs, Haim, who I'm actually hoping that I actually get to work their show next year. Not next year, next month, because I think they're doing 2 nights at the Garden, if I'm not mistaken. But Florence and the Machine, Mariah Carey, A$AP Rocky, and Lorde. And then, last but certainly not least, we got to put in Darkchild, which, has given us hits for Brandy, Destiny's Child, Michael Jackson, Jennifer Lopez, we'll say her name wrong, Sam Smith, Mary J. Blige, Toni Braxton, and the Biebs. So we need to have that. And then on top of that, how y'all leave out EDM producers? Because EDM was big like at the turn of the century into the 2000s, 2010s. Where's Daft Punk? Why they're not on this list? Or maybe I don't know. Like I said, we're talking prematurely because we haven't gotten the top 5 list yet. So you have Daft Punk, David Guetta, Diplo, Calvin Harris, Zedd, Swedish House Mafia, DJ Snake, Alesso, Todd Terry, Steve Aoki, Galantis, Axwell, and Marshmello. So where's all of them? So I guess we're just going to have to find out tomorrow when his list come out and find out who's in that top 5. So we finally got through this long-ass list. So I say all of this to you. What do you guys think of this story regarding the top producer of the 21st century on the Hot 100 conducted by Billboard? Do you agree with this list that they have conjured? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Sure, I did not realize we damn near 2.5 hours in and I only did how many topics? 6 topics. Well, this is a long one because I had to go through all these damn songs or producers. All right, so let's see what the people are saying. Oh, you said Doja Cat. Hold on, let me go up in case I get accused of skimming over people comments. You said, again, the top 5 wasn't shown. Yeah, because I didn't realize that the top 5 is dropping tomorrow. So they've been dropping it all week. If I would have actually known that and paid attention and read the whole damn thing, I would have been like, oh, I would have saved this topic for tomorrow. But I was in the mood to cover it today, so that's why I did it. He also did Can't Wow by Kylie. Yeah, I forgot. Greg Kirsten did produce a lot of stuff for Kylie. Can't Get You Out of My Head, which was written by Kathy Dennis. Doja Cat announced her 5th studio album, Vi, out September 26th. God damn, everybody's dropping their music. I knew like the latter half of the year was when not only we're going to get good, interesting movies coming out, even though we had a good year for movies, but the music too. We're getting a lot of good music coming out, so I'm excited. Because it's like, I want to hear Doja Cat. I'm looking forward to hearing the Taylor Swift album, looking forward to hearing the Cardi B album. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff coming out. Hopefully we get new Madonna music. Scott Storch, oh yeah, he did. Paris Hilton, and Brooke Hogan. I did like when he worked with Brooke Hogan, but I didn't realize until later on, she was like, her father was very prominent in putting a lot of money into her music career. But you already know Brooke and her father going through it right now, even though he is dead, but she's got her drama with him. When you go to Gloria Gaynor's story, go to Boy Culture story. I tagged you. It's a full story, but it does explain why Trump picked her. She hated gays, but went with hate the sin, love the sinner. Oh, I found something also that goes in there. So I'll probably bring that up, and I will bring up some other things as well. So I said, because we kept I Will Survive Alive as a pride, kind of like Macho Man, which is basically that old fat orange fuck went and incorporated that as his anthem. I'm like, okay, you trying to tell us something, Trump? I mean, y'all all weird over there anyway. All you sexually repressed straight men. Well, you said you tagged me, but you probably, it's in the message. Is that where it is? Cause I'm like, I don't know. So I'm like, where did you send it? Like, do I have to go through all my messages? Because I ain't got time for that, especially when I'm in the middle of a show. So, hold on. Let me see what everybody's saying. You said Gold Digger had the Rachel. Matthew Redman shared a story about Gloria. Everybody's sharing their Gloria story. I did reduce her to a one-hit wonder. I Will Survive was the only damn song I know. So, whatever. Say It Right was probably Nelly Furtado's biggest hit. I still hear it all. Yeah, they do play a lot of her old stuff. Did you? I did. But I didn't want to go in and make comments about women's bodies. So I left it alone. Let me say, and that too. Where is Missy on the list? Is she part of the missing top 5? Probably. We'll find out tomorrow. Jermaine also did the remix of Always Be My Baby with Escape and The Brat. Manchild has grown on me a lot. The lyric, I swear they choose me, I'm not choosing them, is relatable to me when a guy randomly hits on me. I like Nana Cherry's Manchild. Well, that's taking it back. I wonder if Madonna is part of the missing top 5 too. We'll see. If she's not, that's disrespect. And that was another thing too. If we're going to talk about vocal stacking, then I guess Brandy need to be on the list too, because she pioneered that. I'm not saying that she invented it, but she popularized it. So if we talk about vocal stacking, the Vocal Bible did it first. So that's what I said too about Babyface. But then again, thinking about it, was like, was Babyface making songs in the 2000s? Because that's what they're talking about, like the turn of the century. It's not Millennium. It's post-Millennium. Missy did a remix of Madonna's American Life, and Hollywood. I just saw Nelly Furtado and OMG. I was not expecting that. She's skinny as fuck, and her yeah, that's what was another thing too. Was like she did gain a lot of weight. I'm like, girl, what you going through? I was like, what happened, mama? But look, if that's her body, no. Why would she do this? That dumbass show where they'd be debating people. Why would Amanda Seales do that show? You're going to get these old girls with these old carotid wigs that want to come in with their red flags and try to flag her down. Amanda, why would you subject yourself to that mess? I mean, it would hold on, because I need to show y'all this clip, because she literally posted this 2 hours ago. She literally went on this. I don't even remember the name of the damn show, but I know people like Kyle Kalinske and all them, they all talk about Mehdi Hassan was like the last one that went on that show. I was like, I ain't got time to be debating no dingbats, because y'all just coming on, y'all screaming to respond. You're not even on here trying to really have this conversation. Where the fuck did it go? I literally just saw it. In the thing. And I was like, when I go back, of course I'll lose it. Yeah, I can't find it. Whatever. Let me stop sharing, because if I come across something perverted, I don't want to get. Because Instagram be having some interesting stuff that I don't know how. And then you had Jillian Michaels, who somebody referred to her as the lesbian Caitlyn Jenner. coming on to my Trump is trying to whitewash. I mean that denying that Trump is trying to whitewash slavery after the White House ordered review of the Smithsonian material to fit his vision. So it's like, yeah, he wants to say he hates anybody who has actually done something notably in this country because he has done nothing. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he doesn't like, you know. Oh, this sounds like an interesting topic. Maybe I need to bring that up. Nick Cannon, maybe I'll save that for tomorrow. Nick Cannon talking about whether or not men should reveal that they're bisexual on a first date. Let me stop getting caught up in this mess. And let me go find, who am I looking for? Boy culture? I guess that's what it is. Oh yeah, I found her. Okay, so I have it. I'll make that a part of the situation and then we'll talk. All right, I got it. So now let's get back to the show. Let's talk about this lady. Let's talk about Gloria Gaynor. So, story recently came out yesterday that the Donald announced the list of this year's Kennedy Center honorees, the first since he took control of the institution, because that's all he likes to do is control things, because he can't even control his own life, let alone his family's. So he controls with money and authoritarianism and stuff, and now he's projecting that onto the American people. So he decided to name Sylvester Stallone, Kiss, and more as the 2025 Kennedy Center honorees. He announced the news during a press conference at the Performing Arts Center on Wednesday. Other honorees include country singer-songwriter George Strait, British actor and comedian Michael Crawford, and singer Gloria Gaynor. Now, of course, because of this, and not only that, he's talking about he's hosting it. And this comes at a point where he considers a lot of what's been happening at the Kennedy Center excessively woke. So anybody that we celebrate that is diverse and we're all inclusive and people who have actually moved the needle and done things to contribute to the world, which we know he hasn't, except chaos and freaking stress. He's running around talking about no more drag shows or any anti-American propaganda, only the best. So this is the best he can come up with. Where last year we had Francis Ford Coppola, the Grateful Dead, Bonnie Raitt, Arturo Sandoval, and the Apollo Theater. Those are the ones who, you know, were nominated and who actually were honored, I should say. So I guess next year, after all this foolishness, who are you going to nominate next? Dana White, Roseanne, James Woods, Kid Rock, Scott Baio, and Dean Cain? Are those your next ones you're going to come up with next year? Because eventually you're going to run out of people that you want to endorse. But saying all of that, so people were jumping up in here, including Anna Navarro, who jumped in and was like, sis, the best thing you can do right now is not accept this situation that's going on. So she said this. A few years ago, I got to briefly meet Gloria Gaynor at a concert in Miami. She gifted me a keychain and belted out, "I will survive," when you pressed it. Let's just say during first Trump term, I pressed it till it ran out of batteries. This is what she said in her Instagram post. Yesterday, Trump announced he picked her to receive a Kennedy Center honor, which he plans to host. Now, she continued, look, the woman is a goddess and deserves all the flowers that come her way. But I wish she wouldn't accept an award from the hands of a man who has attacked the right and history of women, people of color, and LGBTQ. The gay community in particular helped turn her signature song into an anthem. Trump is a stain on the prestige and significance of the KCH. Don't do it, Gloria. Now, we already announced that, you know, who he's got being a part of the thing. Me telling their names once was enough. And into my propaganda, clearly all this is propaganda to get people riled up and to cause, of course, chaos and confusion, because we all know that Donald Trump is a chaos demon. So with Anna saying this, I'm glad that she said what she said, but the question remains, is she a homophobe? Because over the years, there have been things about Gloria Gaynor. You know, nobody knows necessarily if she is a Trump supporter, but there have been some things that she has said that is about the gay community that has had people scratching their heads. And I feel like it's in the same vein as like Donna Summer. I almost forgot her damn name. Because remember, Donna Summer came out and made that whole comment about gay people with AIDS and all this other stuff. And it was like, it was debunked. I'm still confused of whether or not if we ever got to the bottom of that, because I know her daughter did a documentary, and I'm still relatively, I'm like, So I gather she did say some things and she was trying to do penance or whatever. But so, yeah. So according to Pink News, they said, although there is no public record of Gaynor endorsing or supporting Trump, unfortunately, her past comments about the LGBTQ plus community have been problematic. The Christian singer has refused to confirm if she thinks being a homosexual is wrong. She was previously asked about how she feels about being a homosexual icon, to which she responded, I feel good about it because I feel it's a platform for my purpose, which is to bring the love of Christ to all of my fans because they trust me, I think. Adding, as if she has a religious opposition to homosexuality, she said, I want to lead them to Christ and what he has for them. I want to lead them to him. I want to lead them to truth. What the hell does that mean? So do you oppose homosexuality or not? Is basically what they want to know. But I want to lead them to the Lord. I want to lead them to Christ. Well, bitch, what are you talking about? Like, either you oppose homosexuality or you don't. But you're trying to play that middle of the road vagueness because you know a lot of your coins come from the gays, especially with I Will Survive being used as an anthem, kind of like a lot of the music, like I said, come from Donna Summer. And you know the gays, when they found out that allegedly she had made some controversial comments about the homosexual community, they canceled her ass quick, and she suffered for it. Especially with I Will Survive being like a big anthem for the community, and then you have like I said with Village People with Macho Man, but then they try to go and they cook themselves to Trump, so the gays don't even see it for them anymore. Even though a lot of y'all aesthetic and a lot of the music y'all was doing was pretty much pandering to the gays back in the day, and that was before my time. But I have seen many documentaries. So the song, which is about moving on after a bad relationship, has been described by Gaynor herself as empowering, while its 1978 release released later, became associated with the AIDS epidemic of the 1980s. Now, as reported by Smooth Radio, musicologist Nadine Hubbs previously wrote that people in the LGBTQ plus community have said they identify with I Will Survive because the textual message of defiant and enduring presence was already well tailored to queer identification needs, but the message and the song's titular statement took on an even deeper meaning and with the dawn of the AIDS epidemic in the 1980s. So there's that. And now, not only this, hold on, because I'm probably going to have to go over to my Instagram and pull it up because, where is it? Because I feel like it's a lot that I feel like it cuts it off. So let me pull this thing up. Shout out to Boy Culture, which is a gay publication, where they went in and posted something or another about Gloria Gaynor as well. So, okay, so it is there. So we could use that. And then let's read what they had to say on this situation. Okay, so Boy Culture said the following. They said, a reader shared with me this story about Gloria Gaynor in light of her accepting a Kennedy Center honor from Trump in spite of the fact that having a black entertainer in the mix would be laughed off as DEI if a Democrat did it, and in spite of the fact that a huge portion of her audience over the years is LGBTQ+. Saying, quote, in the late 90s, Gloria wrote her autobiography titled I Will Survive, Natch, and went on a book tour. At the time, I was working in San Francisco's financial district and frequented Alexander Books, a now defunct bookstore managed at the time by a wonderful queer man of color. He snagged Gloria for a reading at lunchtime in the financial district to maximize turnout. A queer colleague of mine suggested we go on the day of the reading. A queer colleague of mine suggested we go and on the day of the reading, we got to Alexander's in time to snag front row center seating for the reading. The room was packed and Gloria entered wearing a teal pantsuit with perfectly matching teal shoes. She proceeded to read some portion of the chapter. It must have been forgettable because I can't remember any of what she said, and then closed the book and asked if anyone had any questions. She took several of them before my colleague raised her hand and Gloria called on her. She asked Gloria, how does it feel to be an icon for the queer community, one that has embraced your most popular song as an anthem? Which is why I called her One Hit Wonder. But she has many hits, name them. Besides, don't even Google it. Besides, I will survive. I'll wait. And then they also went on to say, so the anthem, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And then it said, a song that has helped the generation survive the horrors of AIDS. I may have paraphrased that, but you get the idea. Gloria visibly stiffened and proceeded to give a lame boilerplate answer to the effect of, I only serve Jesus and it's the only praise I seek, or some such crap, distancing herself from any queer association. This being San Francisco, much if not most of the audience was queer. I don't remember there being any boos, but Gloria's demeanor changed and she could tell the room had turned, at which point, for whatever reason, she turned to me and said, you look like you have something to say. I looked her up and down, and in my gayest, loudest voice said, fabulous shoes. She blinked, grabbed her book off the podium, and bolted. So, with that being said, when it comes to Gloria Gaynor, it's time to face it. She is what she is. So, when we say that, fuck her. Let her get her freaking award, because that's more important to her, to keep her relevant off of one damn song that she's made millions of. And gays, there are plenty of songs out here that you could use as an anthem. Stop always cucking to people who don't see it for us. And even though Gloria is before my time, and I know that song, and when it pops on, we all sing in unison. But she is who she is, and she want to serve the Lord. Well, let's see how long it take for the Lord to pay that bitch bills. So she'll be broke, basically is what I'm saying. So say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards of Gloria Gaynor pulling a Maya Angelou, which would be, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right now. So, and thank you for that, by the way, because that definitely helped elevate this topic. We getting that boy culture clip. I like Never Can Say Goodbye more than, oh yeah, she did do that song. The Never Can Say Goodbye, isn't that like the song that Michael Jackson sang when he was in the Jackson 5? I do remember she did sing that song. I Will Survive. It's quite literally a two-hit wonder. She has nothing to lose if she openly supports homosexuality. Well, she doesn't. She likes taking our money, but she want to serve the Lord. Well, serving, bitch. Go sing your songs at the local church, because that's basically all you're going to be serving now. No longer a gay pride. If she really doesn't like the gays, she should stop performing at pride events. Absolutely. And I feel like at this point, you homosexual promoters that are running this stuff, any of y'all decide to book her ass at a pride event, y'all need to be read down to the floor. So we in the time of accountability and things of that nature. We're not going to be out here supporting artists who don't see it for us, and she's one of them. So there's that. Okay, also let's move on with the rest of the show. All right. Hey, let's talk about Wendy Williams. How you doing? So the latest on Wendy, we have an update on her frontal temporal dementia and aphasia. And according to the reports, it's not looking good. So People Magazine wound up doing this exclusive article yesterday, where they said legal documents that people have obtained indicate the intelligent personality's medical evaluation, which included a significant number of tests, both medical and neuropsychological, and scans, including brain imaging, have been completed, and doctors have determined an opinion about Wendy's neurological conditions and diagnosis. Now, though the condition is not listed in the paperwork, sources tell People that Williams has been diagnosed with frontal temporal dementia and aphasia, was FTD for short. She was first diagnosed with FTD and aphasia in 2023. Now, in the documents, an attorney for Williams' guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, requests the court extend the guardianship for 3 months with an end date of November 5th. The attorney also notes that complications have arisen due to various parties, including counsel for certain members of Williams' family. Williams' ex-husband and others have indicated their intention to challenging both the guardianship itself as well as Miss Morrissey's status as a guardian. So the following day, Wendy called into, as you know, Good Day New York, when all this other stuff was going on, and claimed that she received mental competency tests following her 2023 dementia diagnosis and claimed that she was cognitively impaired. Now, one thing I should point out with that is that they said that a mental competency test is different than the type of test you would get to see if you have frontal FTD or aphasia. I don't know why I wanted to keep saying frontal temporal dementia, but FTD or aphasia, that sort of thing. So people were feeling like, okay, so that's like asking, okay, who's the president of the United States? What color is the sky? Like real random stuff. So it's like, that's like what they asked her on. Now, regards of like other things, like, yeah, we know her mind's bad. We know that based on the way she's talking, and we saw like her attorney, who we will get to in a second, you know, when he was trying to talk to the people outside when they had the dinner and everything, with Joe Tacopina, and then she was going and having her, you know, thing was like, okay, girl, we could see like the dimensioning, and he kissed her hand, kind of like, let me handle it, sis, while I, you know, because then people gonna start thinking, and we all know that at the end of the day, as much as we love Wendy, Wendy's mind is not 1,000%. She's not as sharp as she once was when she was the girl that we grew up watching, be it during her radio days, during her VH1 days, and most recently the talk show Wendy Williams show days. So that was with that. But with the frontal temporal and aphasia stuff, they're saying like, yeah, there are signs there that she is not someone, excuse me, that can take care of herself on her own. And I think also what people need to realize is the reason why she is in this position is because of her son. And I'm starting to think that a lot of that was due to her self-medicating because of a lot of mess that no good ass ex-husband of hers, Kelvin, was putting her through the years of him having the situation with Sharina, and that's her damn name, Sharina, having, you know, hunching her, building a whole new life with this other woman on Wendy's dime, because as a manager, you was getting paid off of her. Wendy is your boss and your wife, and you was eating good off of her working, and you were keeping her working while you was busy working the other woman's coaching, to the point where you knocked her up. That apparently broke Wendy. But of course, I believe also she was self-medicating, because the rumors was going around that Wendy was hiding liquor bottles up in the ceiling at the Wendy Williams show, that she was self-medicating, that when she would go home and draw them blinds, she wasn't just going home to watch Sex and the City reruns. She was also downing liquor on her own, because Kevin out working, but like I said, he was working Serena's pussy. So, damn, did I just like had a cold? Anyway, so with all of that, I think little Kev took advantage of the situation and was racking up Wendy's money on personal endeavors, including Uber Eats. Because remember, he was charging up to $100,000. I'm like, what the hell was you buying? Number one. And number two, that couldn't have all been for you. How are you spending $100,000 on Uber Eats? And like, were you like furnishing, like the kitchen or whatever the case, or the refrigerator with all that? Like, who spends that much? And were you throwing parties around the house? Like, what? I just need to know why you needed to spend $100,000. Which, of course, well, a financial advisor from Wells Fargo, that set off red flags. And they were like, wait a minute, something's going on with the money. Like, why is this going? And I know she said that I give my son whatever I want, but Kevin was also taking advantage of his mother in her weak state by overspending, which of course with Wells Fargo, they put a certain limit on your money. And then if that happens, it flags it. Because I have that on mine too. There's only a certain amount that before it starts to flag. And it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? And they will hit you up, be like, Molly was good. Like, why is there like something funny going on? And then there was like paperwork and stuff that I guess had to be set up that never came around. And so Kevin was up in there double dipping. And that's why Wendy's in the situation she's in. But she also alluded to that, because remember, she did an interview, I forget where, because she did a bunch of them, where she basically said, yeah, Kevin is the reason why I'm in this situation. Now, after all this coming out, where they're saying, so it looks like basically based off of the research and everything they've done, Wendy is not of sound mind where she could live on her own and take care of herself. So she is going to be caught up in this guardianship. So that's the latest on that. But of course, her attorney, Mr. Tacopina, decided to jump in on the conversation and is pushing back against the claims that recent medical tests confirm that she has dementia and aphasia, calling the reports false and the work of someone with a vested interest in keeping Wendy trapped under this excessive and restrictive guardianship. So, Tagopino recently told TMZ the supposed diagnosis is being weaponized by individuals with a vested interest in keeping Wendy trapped under this excessive and restrictive guardianship. He challenged the legitimacy of the leak, demanding proof and accountability. He said the critical questions are these. Where is the actual medical report surrounding the leak? And who is the doctor willing to go under oath to face cross-examination by me so the truth can be exposed? Also, what I'm wondering, isn't this a HIPAA violation? Like, how are y'all out here? First of all, how is People Magazine getting their hands on personal information and allowed this stuff, like her medical information, to be posted on for the public for us to know? We should not be knowing this unless, this is stuff that it goes to trial and this stuff has to come out. But I could have sworn like anything that has to do with medical business or whatever, that's HIPAA violations. Now, he made it clear that neither he or Williams have seen the alleged medical file that reportedly confirms the diagnosis. Instead, he painted the leak as a strategic move to justify continued control over the former talk show host's life and finances. Wendy has, been under a court-appointed guardianship since 2022 and has previously disputed the dementia claims. She has requested that new independent evaluations be carried out to demonstrate her mental soundness, insisting that earlier assessments were manipulated. So, her court-appointed guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, has requested the guardianship remain in place until at least Tuesday, and that'll be November 5th, 2025. So I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops. I do think that, look, I've been saying it many times, Wendy needs to be living in her own situation. Like, if y'all can let Britney be free, you can let Wendy be free. The only thing is, you just need to protect her from people who will take advantage of her, like Lil Kev and that damn ex-husband of hers. And put somebody in place that could be a financial advisor, keep her on track in regards to her money and stuff. I know she wants to jump back into the game of wanting to get back on TV. System days is numbered. I mean, maybe you could have a co-host and they can help you out with stuff, but I just can't see Wendy coming back out here doing what needs to be done in regards of the creativity and artistry and that sort of thing. So, I would like the old Wendy to be back. I would love to see Wendy on my TV screens or even in a podcast, whatever the case is. But I don't know if she has the mental stamina to be able to spar with like a lot of us, like me or whoever that does this. Back in the day when she was sharp as a whip, yes. But I feel like we can't sit up here and deny that Wendy mind is not as sound and as strong as it was pre all of this stuff that's been going on. So, like I said, I'll definitely be keeping you guys abreast of the story as it develops. But in the meantime, I want to hear from you all. What do you think of this story regarding the latest on Wendy Williams and the fact that the guardianship is being upheld for now and that her attorney is basically saying this is BS? Like, how y'all coming out with this whole situation and she and I haven't even seen any of this stuff that People Magazine is exclusively revealing. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Lanier says, as a writer, I pick up specific words in an instant. Her claims to want to lead gays show she is trying to be a stereotypical preacher. Tell us we're damned, yet try. Okay, exactly. I remember when Ellen was going to have Kim Whitley on her show. Then she said something homophobic, and Ellen canceled her. Kim Whitley, who everybody still thinks is Jack Hay Harry. We can't tell the difference. Always been a poor man's Jack Hay. Are they ever going to give Wendy a new guardian? I mean, I think that's what she wants. That they don't want Sabrina being under her situation. So hopefully she gets that, because I don't know. But if they out here using her, then ain't no good gonna come to y'all till y'all do right by Wendy. I'm sitting there trying to get this damn fan right, because I'm like, oh, I'm hot. I tell you, when you have all these lights and stuff on you, you be trying not to look oily on camera or like you hot and stuff. So you got to have all this on. Because I was like, oh, yeah, I don't need a fan. Yes, you do. When you got a lot of lights on you. And y'all see my setup. I got like all these lights. So you got to keep the room nice and cool. Shit, hold on. I might have to turn this up soon. Oh no, I can't. That'd be too loud. I was like, that was too loud. Okay. I remember that though. That oh, you talking about on her talk show? I'm guessing it's true for her too. All right. Okay, y'all. Now let's get back into the show. Let's talk about Offcheat, who is basically seemed like he's openly admitting that he screwed up during his situation with Cardi B. So now the Migos rapper, as you know, well, probably don't know, but I'll say he recently appeared on Ebro's podcast where he openly discussed the tension between him and the Bronx-born rapper. So yeah, while he was popping off around all them damn incels over on the Joe Budden podcast, he decided to be a little more demure, mindful, and diplomatic over there at Ebro's show. Because I guess he know Ebro was going to call him out on that simp shit. So, I do have that clip. We're going to play the clip, and then we'll come back and talk. Shout out to the Jasmine brand for this clip, by the way. Please hold.
I will FaceTime Offset just out of the blue and be like, excuse my language, everybody. Yo, you fucking up, bro. Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And you've acknowledged that to me.
Yeah, I fucked up. Know what I mean? Just being real shit. I fucked up. You know, we had them talks, man. You called me out of all people you called me. And but it take that though. Like it take for people that you love or you respect what they say, or that somebody that actually check in for real. But there ain't a lot of people that do that too though. But I mean, I fucked up. I feel like same thing. Like I gotta acknowledge that and then get back on the journey.
Well, the music is sounding incredible, and I'm still gonna call you and encourage you to go, you know, sit down and talk to people about, because you've been through, like I said, you've been through so much, man. And this latest chapter's a lot, bro.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And when the time comes and it's gonna be your thing, and it's gonna be, you know, for you to figure out, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? I think people really do care about, you know, both of y'all and wanting to see y'all, you know, get through. Relationships, people go through stuff all the time, bro.
Yeah, it's all love.
It's a long journey, man.
Yes.
Are you feeling, now let me ask you this. Do you feel good with everything? You've accepted accountability. You've accepted responsibility.
I've accepted the actions that I've done to cause certain situations to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to. But at first I didn't, you know. I was trying to act tough and, you know, try to like act like I ain't give a fuck at first. But that time, the actions that I did during the time that I was acting that way helped me realize, like, bro, you're wrong. You know what I mean? You're just wrong. Just get out the way and go back to your mission. Go back to your mission, leave that alone. But I am happy with everything. I want the best. I've accepted.
I will FaceTime Offset just.
So, you know what? Kudos to him for actually coming to terms with, you know, being on his grown man-ish and actually coming to the determination. I know people going to feel how they feel with this situation. I hope he's being authentic and transparent in what he's saying and not just saying this because he's on camera. But I love the fact where, you know what? Offset is young. And you have someone like Old Man Ebro, which is what he refers to himself as, so it's not being shady. But you have Old Man Ebro, you know, a man of a certain age who has been there, done that, knows how it is, and coming and talking to him, taking his young buck to the side and being like, you know what? Acknowledge what you're doing. What are you doing out here? You acting a fool, all this other stuff. So hopefully he's really taking into accountability, you know, his part in why he and Cardi are no longer together. And not just saying this because, like I said, because he's on camera. So, relationships do have their ups and downs. They're roller coasters. Everything is not a straight line. Everything is not always going to be copacetic. That, you know, people have their issues, and I hope they work it out. Now, I would be interested, even though I'd be saying, like, I don't like the back and forthness on social media. I do hope, like, when it comes around the time for Cardi's record to be released, there will be somebody that will ask the question of him going on Ebro's show, or maybe she'll go on Ebro's show and he'll ask her the same thing. Oh, Offset came on here, and I'm sure she's seen the clips and everything, and then he'll ask her side on what she thinks, and does she feel that he has taken accountability for some of the stuff that he does? Because remember, you know, he was over here trolling her. Now, somebody in the comments said this, because I guess it was short-lived, because they saying that he hasn't learned his lesson. He was probably saying all of that because he was in front of Ebro. So one of the people in the comments over on The Jasmine brand said hip-hop is failing by not holding him accountable. Why is he trolling Cardi? Even just yesterday on this story. Why drag out the divorce while demanding alimony and spousal support? Why are his people planning negative stories about Cardi and Stefan? Why team up with Tasha K to provoke Cardi after all the nasty things she did to his family? Or after all the nasty things she did to their family. Meaning like Tasha K and all the other stuff that she was out here saying. And the lies. And then another person, translation, I thought I was bigger than the program and it's affecting my pockets. His PR team is good, LOL. So people are not buying what Offset is selling. Don't fall for it, Cardi. Him and Tracy T is the same person. Another person went on to say, but we all know he'll be sneak dissing and harassing both her and her man BTS. He's not fooling anyone and signed those papers. Then they pulled the gif of Candy Burris at the Real Housewives of Atlanta reunion. The lies, the lies, the lies. And then another person said, good for him, but you put that woman through unnecessary drama and all she did was love you. Make peace and let her live. And then another person said, but we'll troll her as soon as the mic cuts off. So overall, it just seems like a lot of people are not buying what what he's been saying. Like a lot of people feel like he's gonna be out here sneak dissing, and that's the case. And here's the thing: what I've been saying for years. I know a lot of people, because you know what, Offset is popular in his own right, whatever. But we're not gonna sit up here and just because the other day, hello, you literally said on Joe Budden podcast around all them incels that none of your girls that you ever been with has upgraded. Or have upgraded since you no longer was with them. I'm like, Cardi was popping before she got with you. Or before we even knew she was with you. If anything, she upgraded your ass. Because like I said, you wasn't getting them courtside seats at the Knicks game when you was by yourself. So you sit up in here trying to act like you was out here popping, that you on the same level, that you getting front row seats to Fashion Week and sitting next to Anna Wintour and all these A-list opportunities based off of you and your own talent. Sir, no. The only thing you getting front row at, well, not anymore because they canceled the BET Hip Hop Awards. You wasn't getting a lot of that crossover stuff. And that's no shade. I'm just saying, since I'm trying to act like you bigger than the situation. Cardi has always been that girl who has been she's the crossover artist. She's the one that A-listers want to work with. You just the tag along. So for you to sit about here and try to act like you bigger than her, or that none of the women have upgraded, it's like her career is still on the up and up. You out here trying to do damage control because of all the stuff that you was out here saying and what you doing, it's backfired. And like all the comments that I just read in regards to that proves it. So I agree with everybody's overall assessments. Like I would hope that you changed and you're learning from your mistakes, whatever the case is. But to me, it just seems like, no, I feel like this is all you just saying what you think people want to hear because it's going to make you look good. And if that's what you up in here doing, okay, kudos to you. But I'm still not supporting your music because I'm not, quiet as guy, I'm not an Offsheet fan any damn way. Like he's come out with a couple of songs or whatever, but Future. and he's problematic too. But Future in regards to the music. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Offset has said, Offsheet has said about Cardi B and all the mess he keep putting her through, the passive aggressiveness, the little side comments, and even the most recent interview you did with Joe Budden. Now all of a sudden you do a video of an interview with Ebro because Ebro was not going to put up with that mess that you was over there doing on the Joe Budden podcast. Now you want to come up in here and try to act like you demure and mindful. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to about NeNe Leakes, who has come out and revealed whether or not she is returning to the Real Housewives of Atlanta. So based off the headline, I'm sure y'all can already see her answer. So the answer is no. She will not be coming back to the show. But yeah. So she posted the following. She said, they have never offered me to return. Good luck to season 17 cast. We will be watching. So I guess she's being more demure and mindful and she's being more diplomatic. I was gonna say democratic, but she was being more diplomatic because she is doing things with NBC Universal and she don't want to throw shade at the show because even if she don't come back to the Housewives of Atlanta, and that's perfectly fine, she's got other gigs that's going on, and she can, that leaves her open to doing The Traitors the next season, because she was supposed to be on the one that they've just filmed, but because of what was going on with her son, I think Brent, him being sick and everything, she couldn't do it. So she'll probably be able to do next season whenever they get around to filming that. So they said that, TMZ said that she's not returning. They reported that she was not in talks and producers have not reached out to her. When the cast was announced, she was not included, confirming she's not coming back. Now, as you know, NeNe was an original cast member before leaving after season 7. She appeared as a guest in season 8 and returned full-time seasons 10 through 12. So, in regards of all of this, I should point out that there are some people that have been rumored. We haven't got the full official list of people who will be coming onto the show, because they definitely need an overhaul on that show. After that disastrous last season, they definitely need all the help they can get. We're trying to get some kind of interesting women on this show. So one of the rumored people, we'll go through the list. Shout out to Just Jared for this tea. Pinky Cole Hayes, who is the founder of Slutty Vegan ATL, which is a vegan restaurant that's popular in Atlanta. They also said that she released a cookbook, Eat Plants, Bitch, 91 vegan recipes that'll blow your meat-loving mind. So she's rumored to be a part of the cast. Another person rumored to be part of the cast is Exody Bridges, who is the wife of Ludacris and who is a model, author, and philanthropist. I don't particularly like this next one on the list because I don't like her homophobic, Trump-supporting ass ex. Well, I don't even know if they divorced, but Tammy Rivera. I don't know why would y'all even want to bring her ratchet ass up on the show. So she's a chop. I hope that's a rumor. But she's a singer. I ain't never heard a song she sang. You probably much as a singer as on them people that be on Love and Hip Hop, and fashion designer and businesswoman, and is most well known for appearing on the reality show Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. So yeah, they seem like they've been scraping the bottom of the barrel for Atlanta from that show, Love and Hip Hop, and trying to bring them over to Housewives, which I find relatively interesting because Andy Cohen has thrown shade at Love and Hip Hop and all those type of shows about we're not like those shows over there. Although there have been people on your Housewives shows that have been kind of behaving like they on Baddies or on Love and Hip Hop. Now, speaking of Love and Hip Hop, K. Michelle is also rumored to be in talks to join the new season as a friend of the show. So y'all know K. Michelle, who recently just dragged Rashida and Kirk down to the ground. But you know what? They got their own craziness to go on around right now because apparently there's a story that's going around that Rashida and Kirk's son done pow-powed and unalived Rashida and Kirk's daughter's man, who was a rapper that I ain't never heard of. But apparently they said in self-defense, he took that boy's life because I guess he went over there to kind of get up in that boy face, being like, why you beating up my sister or why you causing problems? Boy probably got his ass whooped and, in retaliation or in self-defense, decided to take that man, take the boyfriend life. So that's the recent rumor that's going on around that. Until I get more on that story, I will bring it here, but that's what the streets are saying. So yeah, so she's a singer, has appeared on several other reality shows, including Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, Marriage Boot Camp, and K. Michelle My Life for 3 seasons. Then there's also rumors going around that Sheree and Kim Zolciak were asked back to help breathe new life in the struggling Long in the Tooth series, but no official word on if this is true. So these are the people that are rumored to be a part of the show. I don't know. Nobody's really standing out to me. I mean, maybe I don't know much about the slutty vegan lady, so it'd be interesting to see her. Ludacris being Ludacris and kind of like basically a big entrepreneur out in Atlanta when he's not appearing in Fast and the Furious movies, and seeing what his wife does being an author philanthropist. I don't know if I would see her getting into the drama. Tammy Rivera is a chop. K. Michelle being a part of the show, I could definitely see that. That'd be interesting because she can go toe-to-toe with them women. And y'all like all the dramatics and stuff on there. So if those are the girls on the list, I'll definitely be checking it out. But unfortunately, it's like, yeah, NeNe's not being a part of the show. And I guess that's fine because I wasn't expecting NeNe to come back. But yeah, she's not coming back on the show. So I want to hear from you. What do you guys think of the story? Are y'all sad that NeNe's not coming back to the Housewives of Atlanta? Or at this point, are y'all kind of just like, just give the whole show as a chop. Nobody cares about the Housewives of Atlanta anymore. A lot of these Housewives spinoffs, it's a little long in the tooth. Nobody really is feeling y'all like, nobody's feeling these shows like that. They don't have the same momentum. To be honest, the only show that I watch now is Beverly Hills. I don't care about all these other spinoffs. It's like, y'all not giving me what I need with these shows. So yeah, the only one I care about is Beverly Hills. So, because I feel like that's the only show that truly captures the essence of what the Housewives is about. It's, you know, being all demure and living in these extravagant houses and bougetto-ness, you know, being bougie and ghetto, even though y'all got these 5-star $1 million homes that y'all living out of. So yeah, I like all of that, but these other shows, I just find y'all boring. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now we have about 4 more topics left until the end of today's show. So before we get to our final 4, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. At the end of the live show, I'll be putting in those timestamps so that way those who come in during the playback go into the description, click on whichever topic tickles your fancy, and take it from there. So now, without further ado, let's talk Jussie Smollett, who has a brand new documentary coming out that is going to be on Netflix, and he's calling out the Chicago Police Department, particularly what the hell's his name? Rahm Emanuel, who I don't like him as a politician. I've never particularly cared for Rahm Emanuel, but he's calling him out. So more than 6 years ago, the nation was hooked by the story of Jussie Smollett's apparent attack on the streets of Chicago. Now, while at first it seemed like a brutal attack of hate, as the actor was found with a rope tied around his neck, the details that followed painted a much more complicated picture. And now the case is being examined once again through the lens of RHOA, the producers behind Don't F With Cats and Tinder Swindler, in the new documentary, The Truth About Jussie Smollett? ? And People has an exclusive first look at the trailer. The trailer opens by revisiting January 29th. Thank God it wasn't January 6th. January 29, 2019, the night the alleged crime was called in. They see an actor called Jussie Smollett with a noose around his neck. Melissa Staples, the former chief of detectives for the Chicago Police Department, says he was a victim of a hate crime. I thought it was a horrible crime at first, she continues later, until it started to fall apart. Through interviews with law enforcement, lawyers, journalists, investigators, and ultimately Smollett himself, the documentary explores how the narrative shifted, turning the actor and singer from the obvious victim to potentially the perpetrator of a hoax. Saying, quote, I would not be my mother's son if I was capable of one drop of what I'm being accused of, Smollett says in footage from a press conference at the time. Another law enforcement official points out that one of the conflicting details of the story was that the alleged incident took place while the city was experiencing bad weather. Quote, some things kind of struck me as a little odd, Eddie Johnson, former superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, says in the trailer, later adding, we were going through the polar vortex at the time. Who was out in the street with it being cold out there? Especially Chicago's cold. Chicago cold is unlike any kind of cold. I don't even think New York has that kind of cold. But I've heard, that their cold is pretty bad. Like, I would never want to live in Chicago. But anyway, but they had to live out there because of, filming Empire and all that other stuff. Now, journalist Shelley Stanley mentions evidence that white men had been on the scene, which might conflict with the authorities' claim that Abimbola, Abel and Ola Osundario, 2 brothers who were connected to Smollett, had been paid by Smollett to facilitate the bogus hate crime. The trailer ends with the question, who else can we trust, before Smollett himself is seen sitting down for the start of an interview. To this day, Smollett vehemently denies any wrongdoing and reached a settlement with the city of Chicago and agreed to pay $50,000 charitable donation to the Building Brighter Futures Center of the Arts in May of 2025. Saying over 6 years ago, after it was reported I had been jumped, city officials in Chicago set out to convince the public that I willfully set an assault against myself. This false narrative has left a stain on my character and will not soon disappear. That's what he wrote on Instagram following the statement. These officials wanted my money and wanted my confession for something I did not do. Excuse me. Today, it should be clear they have received neither. The settlement came 4 years after Smollett was found guilty of 5 felony counts of disorderly conduct for filing false police reports following a jury trial in 2021. He was sentenced to 150 days in jail in March of 2022. He didn't do all of them. I think it only lasted a week because then he went on a hunger strike and it was a whole bunch of stuff. They took him out of the prison and then he didn't go back. He was, he was hit with $25,000 fine in order to pay more than $120,000 in restitution to the Chicago Police Department for overtime pay. He ultimately served 6 days of his sentence before he was released on bail. The convictions against him were overturned by the Illinois Supreme Court in November 2024. So, I think a lot of people were saying the reason why he allegedly constructed this whole hoax situation is because he was getting a lot of hate, a lot of death threats on the set of Empire, because here's this openly gay artist who's playing an openly gay character, and apparently people was having a problem with it. So he was receiving, he said, racist, homophobic type stuff. And now you saying like these Trump supporters, and they had time to put nooses and 50 million things on you instead of just like what usual people do is beat your ass. If they're going to gay bash you or whatever the case is, or if they being racist, they just got time to just be kicking and punching and all this. Who got time to be carrying nooses and 50 million other objects around? Like, it felt like something out of a movie. So all I'll say is this, because I know people have their trepidations at the end of the day. I'm going in as an open-minded person because I want to understand what may have happened. And I'm going to go in, I'm going to watch this documentary, and then I will draw my own conclusion. Because people just go based off of things they read or how things are described, and y'all automatically just come in all of a sudden with your own conclusions. And it's like, oh, Juicy this, and he's a liar, and he makes up stuff, and all this other stuff. And you have a right to feel how you feel. But if there is something that has been put together that we can go in and look at this collectively in an open-minded situation. And I'm gonna say, just like how y'all sat and y'all went in and y'all watched all these other programs that they ended up having, the what is it called, the Tinder Swindler and all these other things, and the Anna Delvey stuff. Like, if we can sit and give all these other people opportunities to hear their side of the story, then we could do the same thing with Jussie, regardless of how you've already made up your mind. I just feel like, as someone who likes legality, like legal stuff, and diving deep into a lot of this stuff, like true crime or whatever the case is, I like to have all the evidence planted out before me before I jump to a conclusion. Last time I checked, I could have sworn that that's what people should be going on, instead of this whole guilty until proven innocent tirade, or going based off vibes. You think somebody's guilty about something. So, as I said, I'm going to go in with an open mind. I will definitely check this out when it airs, which is on August 22nd. And if I'm not mistaken, that's next week. So, yeah, Netflix is about to drop it next week. I'll definitely check it out when it comes out. And so I ask all of you, what do you guys think of this story? Are you going to be checking out Jussie Smollett's new documentary that Netflix has conjured up? And to hear all the evidence that they put together, and then hear Jussie's side of the story and how they all construct this documentary together. I'm sure it'll lay all the stuff out for us to make up our mind on if we believe it or not. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so now let's go from one crime to another. This one's a little more crazier. Remember, we came on here before and we talked about Jacob Ziebenhood and his husband, who there was like, once we found out, like you said, the husband was found dead, slumped over the toilet in the apartment in Harlem, and the husband is currently in prison. I don't think he's been charged with anything as of yet, but there was all this drama going on with that, and now we have more stuff that has come out courtesy of like interviews they did with like the Daily News and things of that nature. So let's get into it. So fitness trainer and social media influencer Jacob Ziebenhood, who bled to death in the bathroom of his Harlem apartment from stab wounds to his leg, was frequently seen with black eyes and a bruised nose at a Manhattan gym where he worked in the months leading up to his tragic death. Multiple longtime colleagues of the victim recently revealed. Now, here's the thing. If you go into work in the city, like sometimes when I be seeing guys outside with a black, I'm like, they probably was drunk. They probably fell, got into a fight in the streets, of popping off. But sometimes you don't be thinking about, it could be a DV type situation. And if he's going to work and not using, now first of all, you a fitness influencer, you're not using concealer to cover up the black eyes, whatever the case is. If you're seeing this type of thing, why wasn't authorities hit up? Why didn't they hit up the authorities? Why wasn't it anybody trying to step in and do what they could? I guess maybe if the person's not willing to receive the help, then there's only so much that you can do. So shout out to NBC News for this story. So it said Jacob Zeman and Jacob Paulson. Jesus Christ, they all got the same name. It said Jacob Zeman and Jacob Paulson were fast friends when they met in 2013. Aside from their shared name, the pair were both young homosexual men fresh out of college who recently moved to New York City. Now, after 2 years spent glued at the hip, Paulson said their dynamic quickly changed after his friend and personal trainer from Texas started dating model Donald Hood. Donald Hood is the one that's in jail. And that's the one that is in the back. The one in the front that you see is unalive. He said he just vanished. This is what Paulson said this week in a phone interview, choking up. I had no contact with him, and I just wanted him to be happy, and that's all I really cared about. And I was hoping that he was. Now, although the loss of the friendship stung, Paulson said he moved on years ago. He didn't attend his former friend's 2020 wedding and was only aware from social media that Jacob and Donald both changed their last names to Zeman Hood. But Paulson was shocked and flooded with memories when just 2 weeks ago he saw his former friend's name in the headlines after police found the 34-year-old unalive inside his Harlem apartment. When authorities entered the apartment on July 31st after Donald called for help, they found Jacob slumped over a toilet with a gash on his head and multiple stab wounds in the back of his leg, one deep enough to penetrate muscle, according to charging documents. His death came after years of alleged abuse dating to 2022, detailed in a series of charging documents against Donald on felony counts, including strangulation and menacing. Those charges remain pending. Now, Donald, a 40-year-old model with over 67,000 Instagram followers, was arrested on July 31st and charged with several crimes, including burglary. He is currently being held at Rikers without bail. Prosecutors have not charged anyone with murder or named a suspect for Jacob's death, citing his pending autopsy, but said that they are investigating the case as well. That's what it is, because there's been years of back and forth assault where they've been fighting. And Donald's been putting hands on Jacob, and Jacob's been showing up to work with black eyes and a bloody nose, or whatever the case is. He's been showing the evidence on his face and kind of just like, it's fine, it's whatever, I'm used to it. And then it comes down to the situation where the police enter the apartment, and Donald was found with bite marks and all this other stuff. Those seem like those are defensive wounds that was probably happening because he had made a phone call to his father, as we had talked about prior, and said that Jacob was on the phone with his father and heard Donald in the background, like telling him like, oh, he's trying to get to me or whatever in the apartment. He's breaking into the apartment. He's trying to kill him or whatever the case is. And then and then Donald's in the background yelling all kinds of slurs. So if you say all of this, that's evidence that maybe you didn't intend to kill him, but eventually when you put enough paws on somebody, you don't know how that's going to turn out based off your temper. If that one little punch or whatever the case is going to be the last. And when you pick up a knife, what do you expect it's supposed to do? Convert, like argue him down or whatever? Like if you picking up a knife, somebody going to get stabbed with it. Now, in the days since his death, Paulson and 7 others knew Jacob spoke with NBC News as they slowly learned about the personal trainer's life over the last decade. And while his fatal stabbing comes as a shock, those who knew Jacob believe Donald cut out his friends and potential lifelines years before he truly needed them. And that's where it starts, when people have to realize with the abuse. First, they start to get you to ostracize yourself, your friends, family members. So you are the only one that they are solely dependent on. And when you need that help, you've pretty much cut them out. So now you feel there's a bit of shame. Oh, I don't want to burden them. I'll call these people out. So if I call them, they're going to feel like, what do you want? Why you hit me up? And we can get superficial in that way. But if they were your true friends, even if I haven't spoken to you in years and something happened to you or whatever the case was, if any one of my friends was to call me up that I haven't really been keying with in a long time, that kind of cut me out, I'm like, you know what? I'll pick up the phone and see what's going on, because you never know what situation that person is going through. That's just how I am. But everybody ain't me, I have to realize. So I wish I had done more, but in hindsight, what would you do? This is what Jacob's old friends Marty Goo Cummings, by the way. For those who don't familiar who Marty G. Cummings is like a political drag queen out of New York City. So when I saw I was like, Marty? But so it said Donald's attorney declined to comment. Now, after studying biomedical sciences at Texas A&M University, Jacob moved to N.Y.C. in 2013 and quickly met Paulson and Joshua Baker. Paulson and Baker said that the trio never went anywhere without each other and spent endless days cooped up in Jacob's Hell's Kitchen apartment, which they say overlooks Central Park, playing video games, eating fried food, and daydreaming about their futures. Saying we were these cute little misfits that were trying to figure out where we fit in New York society. Well, child, first of all, you lived in Hell's Kitchen, so need we say more? Cummings met Jacob around the same time and gravitated towards his selflessness and desire for community. A prominent New York City drag queen who uses they/them pronouns, Cummings said Jacob would frequently walk them between gigs late at night to make sure they got there safely. Saying he was a protector, which is why I think it makes the whole thing sadder, Cummings said. He didn't get to be protected from this. So it's like, and that's what I always say, you got to check on your strong friends too, because even those who are protectors need protection. And I think a lot of times people always think the strong friends are always on it. And a lot of times, no, that's not always the case. So yeah, check on your strong friends. Now, Lauren Foster, a friend of Donald since 2000, described him as a good guy and said that she was never under the impression that his relationship was troubled. She did, however, acknowledge that the roles Jacob and Donald played were clear. Saying, I don't think he had a ton of friends, Foster said of Jacob. Don was kind of the alpha in the relationship. There was always one person that's dominant in the relationship, and that was definitely Don, she added. I think Don will be the alpha in any relationship. He's larger than life. Now, Baker said that shortly after Jacob met Donald in the spring of 2015, Jacob began dodging invitations, declining phone calls, and ignoring text messages. Soon, Baker noted, Jacob started to even block his friends' phone numbers. Now, Jonathan Starkey, a friend from Texas, recalled that in one conversation around that time, Jacob said that a lot had changed and that Donald was a little possessive and jealous and kind of restricted who he was in touch with. Saying Jacob was really someone who wasn't really someone who let people tell him what to do, which is why it's so strange. Jacob's abrupt silence prompted Baker to reach out to Donald. Saying Jacob is doing well, you reached out to the wrong person, because if Donald is the one that's trying to isolate Jacob from a lot of his family and friends, of course he's going to be out here and say Jacob's doing very well, which is what he said. And this is what he wrote to Baker in a November 5th, 2015 direct message on Facebook, according to screenshots of the conversation provided by NBC News. He decided to break away from his past, which unfortunately included his closest friends, in order to move forward with a healthy life. He's been very focused and is back on the right track in his life, and in order to remain focused, he will remain out of contact for the moment. So yeah, when you have someone that's trying to ostracize you for people and want you totally cut to him, this is what they're going to do. And you reaching out to him, that was the last person you should have reached out to. But what would they know? They didn't know any better. They just thought, like, I can't reach him. Let me reach out to his band because he cares about him. So that's probably from the point of view that they were looking at it. Now, for years, the only updates Jacob friends received about their friend came through social media, where images of the couple's Instagram showed what appeared to be a happy couple who traveled the world and lived a glamorous New York life. The pair posted loving selfies, pictures from their wedding in 2020, and snapshots with their families, which is the Matrix aspect, which is I'm only going to show you the good and the glam and all that other stuff. But behind the scenes, the things you don't see, there's a lot of abuse, there's a lot of physical, there's a lot of mental, a lot of emotional abuse that's going on behind the scenes. But court documents paint a prolonged pattern of alleged abuse in the relationship that authorities say started in 2022. Prosecutors said the charging documents filed under Jacob's death that Donald had 9 domestic incident reports filed against him since 2022, but did not provide more details about the nature of the incidents or who filed them. In November 2024, an order of protection was issued in New York County Criminal Court that directed Donald to cease communication and stay away from Jacob, according to charging documents associated with Donald's arrest in February. In February, Donald was arrested and charged with strangulation, among several other charges, for allegedly attacking Jacob inside the Harlem apartment. Jacob almost lost consciousness and sustained swelling, substantial pain, and redness to his neck from the incident, according to the charging documents. Donald pleaded not guilty to the charges in the case that's still pending. A second court order of protection was issued in criminal court in April, which once again prevented Donald from seeing or communicating with Jacob. Donald was arrested again in June and charged with criminal contempt and menacing, according to court documents. The court records allege that Donald held a knife in Jacob's direction and said, "I will attack you." He pleaded not guilty to the charges and the case is still pending. Well, not anymore, because apparently he used the knife to take his life, apparently. So why is it still pending? Now, Paulson said that earlier this year, Jacob followed him on Instagram and gave him hope that the friends might reconnect after a brief exchange in March. So it could have been that after the restraining order and all that, the court order protection and all the other stuff, that he was slowly trying to work his way back into regaining a lot of those friends that he had cut off. And unfortunately, that just didn't get to happen. Now, he said, "I was excited to have that prospect of him coming back into my life after I kind of let him go as a friend." This is what Paulson said. "And then to have it really just permanently end, it's just devastated me. It's really wrecked me." Now, Donald called 911 on July 31st from Jacob's one-bedroom apartment at West 138th Street and told them he found his husband dead on the toilet. When police arrived, they found Donald sitting on the couch with 3 cuts to his arm that later required stitches, a black eye, and bite marks, according to a criminal complaint. He told authorities that Jacob had attacked him. Well, I could have sworn that if there was a court order of protection, why are you in the same apartment? So, however, prosecutors said that Jacob called his father from the bathroom before the attack and allegedly told him that Donald was coming at him with knives and preventing him from leaving the apartment. According to the criminal complaint, during the call, Jacob's father allegedly heard Donald screaming derogatory names at Jacob in the background, which is what I was telling y'all earlier. Donald was arrested later that day and charged with burglary, aggravated criminal contempt in the first degree, and possession of a weapon. On Thursday, he was scheduled to appear in court, but a judge waived his appearance at the request of his attorney. He is now set to appear on September 12th, almost a month after Jacob's funeral, scheduled for this weekend in San Antonio, Texas. Now, as authorities continue to investigate the case, Jacob's friends have been connecting and sharing old memories of their late friend, saying years can go by, but he was our family to the end. So shout out to all of Jacob's friends. You know, if this is a way that y'all can bond and come together in a way, then that's good. If it helps, like, mourn a lot of the friend that you feel like, you know, what could you do? You try to reach out. You wanted to be that friend to him, but it's hard to get through people when you're in love, you're in your love bubble, and when you're also experiencing abuse. A lot of times men don't want to admit that, you know, they're the strong one, but they're also being abused by their boyfriend and they're going through something, or their husband, and they're trying to work things out. But then you always want to focus on the good times. And I've always said this, it takes a person a whopping 7 times before they finally leave that person. I don't know how many times it's been where he's gone through things before he would have gotten to his breaking point, being like, I'm done with you, or whatever the case is. Maybe this was it, that this was the time. But Donald probably was in a place of, if I can't have you, then nobody else can. And the jealousy, the emotional, the insecurity of, you know, whatever he's going through got the best of him. And now look at you, your ass is gonna be locked up. And I don't think you're getting out anytime soon. So even when they do sit-ins or whatever the case is, you get your charges fully read down to you, that you're going to be in jail for a long ass time. So, sir, make sure you get that good dush, because you're going to be dropping the soap plenty of times behind bars. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I will definitely keep abreast of this crazy crime as it develops. But this is unfortunate. Like, if there's any of you out here that's dealing with any kind of, excuse me, any kind of abuse, you know, I was trying to say if I had any of, domestic violence. So if you're undergoing any kind of DV type of situation, there's definitely places out there for you to get the help. I don't like people, like, I don't like people, but I don't like people that I don't understand the whole putting your hands on people or act like they're your property or any kind of abuse. I don't like that, any of that stuff. Like that really, I can't stand a bully. I can't stand people that put hands on people because they can't solve their issue with just conversation. So yeah, this story was just like sad and unfortunate. And I'm sure there's plenty of people out here, because I've been seeing a lot of videos of DV type situations where some of you adult performers or influencers where y'all be posting y'all stuff. Nico Aesthetics has done a lot of DV videos regarding same-sex couples where he's been posted on his shows. And this is like, seeing stuff out here, it is very much prominent within the LGBTQ plus community where you're dealing with. And I've been hearing stories about there was this lesbian that killed her partner and stole her identity, and she was charged like years later for the whole, like, it's a lot of crazy stuff going on out in these streets between the LGBTQs and a lot of the abuse that's prominent within our community. So yeah, this is definitely something that needs to be talked about. It's not just the straights that's dealing with this stuff. It's people in our community too. And a lot of it goes underreported, or even when it goes reported, I don't see like, what is the NYPD or all these other people doing about it? Because I feel like a lot of them don't even take same-sex DV seriously. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, let me see where we are with the comments. If somebody's trying to isolate you from the rest of your people in your life, that is a major red flag. Absolutely. Check on your strong friends or just your friends in general. You never know what that phone call just to say hi can mean to them. Absolutely. Funny enough, I was just thinking about Austin Wolf when you posted it. Because I was thinking, I was like, with the whole thing, around the time when it was about they postponed his case, because I guess it was a red, I was like, this is giving very Austin Wolf with that situation. I know it's awful, but I'm over here wondering how much they could, yo. Probably a lot. I think one sign of those around them turning a blind eye is to problems is to hear one refer to Donald as an alpha. Alphas are power construct, of the animal kingdom, not romantic relationship. Yeah, because when they say there's an alpha and then there's always someone that submits, I'm like, yeah, no, relationships, you should be on equal playing field. So I'm not trying to, now, if you want to talk about alpha in the bedroom, like I'm the dominant one in the bed, like if that's what y'all talking about sex, that's different. But there should be no roles in a relationship. And yeah, referring to him as an alpha, and y'all were putting up with it, but I think it's probably due to a lot of heteronormative constructs being implicated or projected onto queer relationships. And we kind of have to stop that as well. I was like, stop trying to position our stuff in the ways that straight people do their relationships. I guess they weren't. But you want to know something also? I think like when gay marriage was, brought upon us, when gay marriage happened, I just think that a lot of gays felt like, oh yeah, now we're going to be equal to the straights and all this other stuff. Don't even get me started on the heteronormative ideals regarding marriage. But yeah, I just think that a lot of people just jumping into marriages because now it's a thing that's available rather than really understanding that being in a marriage is work. Being in a relationship is work. So 20 years ago, Spencer Reed, the alpha, accused his twin. Did I hear about that? I probably did. Not the DV. That's crazy. Yeah, maybe I did. I don't remember. I don't think I remember that story. Maybe I do, but it's been so long since he also brought up. But anyway, let's get back into the show because I need to cleanse my palate from that true crime story. It's like, yeah, I've been doing true crime topics on here too. We are well versed on this channel. Let's talk about Luke Macfarlane. So apparently, Luke Macfarlane has come under fire for revealing, Andy Cohen was being messy yet again, and he was talking about his first celebrity crush, and I believe like he has mentioned him before, and Tosh.0, I believe, called them out on it. But let's get into it. So Luke Macfarlane was promoting his series on Apple TV Plus, alongside Rose Byrne and Seth Rogen. The show is called Platonic, and last week it premiered its second season. I didn't even know they had a first season. So Luke Macfarlane, who, starred in the gay rom-com Bros alongside the very polarizing Billy Eichner, basically shared his first celebrity crush and admitted that it is a little controversial because, yeah, like I said before, the first time when he mentioned it, he got called out on social media. So the 45-year-old made the admission while appearing on Watch What Happens Live. And during a game of pillow talk, Cohen asked Byrne and Macfarlane their first celebrity crushes. Byrne said that hers was Kylie Minogue, while the Bros star said, controversially, it was Mark Wahlberg. Now, as Byrne and Rogan cheered, Cohen said, I don't know what's controversial about that. Well, of course, your problematic ass wouldn't understand why Mark Wahlberg would be controversial. But for those who are not familiar, while growing up as a Boston teenager, Mark Wahlberg was charged twice with race-related hate crimes. On 2 occasions, a day apart, he threw rocks and shouted racist slurs at Black children, even though he came in and tried to colonize hip-hop. That's why I love that whole joke that Eminem did on TRL. So we're going to be one big happy bunch because he was mocking Mark Wahlberg to his face about him being a part of Mark and the Funky Bunch. So I do remember that to this day. That was a cackle for me. But Eminem was always a troll. Basically saying like, hey, this white boy coming in trying to colonize our situation. You was gay baiting with the whole Calvin Klein ad, having your pants hanging down, always dropping your pants, and having you in your little tidy whities and all that sort of thing. And we was eating it up. And I understand why the gays was living for Mark Wahlberg, because Mark Wahlberg had that bad boy persona back in the early 90s when he was rapping and doing other stuff. And then, yeah, like I said, with the Calvin Klein ads between him and Antonio Sabato Jr. and so many other people at that time when he was hot-ish. But yeah, we can't forget about the whole situation of the racial motivated situations, especially where it was like he almost killed some Asian dude. And then they said he was sentenced to 2 years in jail, but only served 45 days on that sentence. And basically said that he was intoxicated at the time and that the attacks weren't racially motivated. But here's the thing. The truth always comes out of people when you under the influence. So you can sit up there and try to feed people that BS lie, but there was always some deep-rooted things going on. Now he's like this big Jesus freak. You already know, like, shout out to the women of I've Had a Podcast where they be calling out the religious hypocrites. The way they be laying it down, Jennifer Welch and Pumps, I live for y'all when y'all be calling out the religious hypocrites. And that's what Mark Wahlberg gives me a lot of that as well, which is why he rubs me the wrong way. I wouldn't even be surprised if he voted for Trump because he gives me that. But I've always thought Donnie was the one I like more so over the years. But I will admit at first, I like Mark Wahlberg too because of all the things that I mentioned. So yeah, it would be deemed controversial because of the stuff he's done back in the day. But you also have to take it from the context of back when he was younger and a lot of people weren't familiar with his past in that way, that there was a lot of gay men that were crushing on Mark Wahlberg because of that whole, like I said, the bad boy persona, the Calvin Klein ad, the jeans where he would sag them and basically have his butt hanging out, and he was exuding sex, and people were living for it. That whole bad boy persona, a lot of people are turned on by that. So we're not going to sit up here and try to act like that a lot of people weren't turned on by that, because they were. I'm not saying it was right, but it was a thing. Now, between the laughter between the studio and Burns and Rogan talking over each other, which they always do in these shows, it's hard to hear what they were saying to Macfarlane, but the Canadian actor could be heard saying what sounds like a very religious in reference to Wahlberg. The TED star is known to be a practicing Catholic. Now, Macfarlane was also asked about his oddest turn on, to which he said, I like sticky outie ears. When prompted by Cohen, so like Russell Tovey, and then he said, because Russell Tovey, if you ever see pictures of him, his ears stick out. One of the things I will say this, Russell Tovey is a cutie. I'm like, when you look at him, it's like, yeah, the fact that his ears do stick out, kind of a turn on for me too. So I'm just like, I could definitely say, like, I've always thought Russell Tovey was a cutie. I like when he was on Looking, even though that show was polarizing in a lot of ways and kind of boring. But I liked his dynamic on the show with him and Jonathan Groff and a bunch of other movies. He has a new movie coming out. I forget the name of it, but I see it starting to make the festival rounds where he's like an undercover cop or something. I think he's playing undercover cop, or it might be the other guy, where the undercover cop is going around trying to bust men who are cruising in bathrooms, and I think that it kind of takes a turn where they kind of fall for each other in a way, and like the twists and turns that happens with that. So I'm like, oh, I definitely want to see that because based off of what I'm hearing. But he also was then asked to describe himself as a lover in 3 words, cringing at the questions. Macfarlane struggles, then eventually offering listen, touch, kiss. So it's always kind of cringe and polarizing dealing with Andy Cohen's annoying ass and dealing with the stupid questions he does on his stupid show. But you have to know that comes with the territory. And I like Luke Macfarlane, who I know I think he's married, he had a kid or whatever the case is. But yeah, this is the game, unfortunately, you have to play when you go on that dumbass show. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Luke Macfarlane said that who his celebrity crush was when he was coming up, when he was growing up? That was Mark Wahlberg. There was a lot of people that kind of looked at Mark Wahlberg as like this hot bad boy type. Now it's like ill, but back in the day, the times was different. So I could definitely see why people would find it problematic. But back then, if we talk about the context of how it was back in the day, I don't like when people try to bring up, try to drag 1992, 1993 stuff into 2025 or 2023, whenever it was that Tosh.0 decided to come out and be all, oh, it's so problematic or whatever. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, wait, you said, what is that story? Yeah, I gotta definitely look that up. You said Andy Cohen can sit on a rusty and Andy don't know why that's controversial. Me, not surprised. Yeah, because like he's problematic his damn self. So problematic people don't see problematic things. They just lack actual awareness. That's what Andy gives me. Like someone who lacks awareness. That's why he irritates me too. And his entire show is entirely intrusive sexual questions. Because I'm like, why? You want to fuck him? I didn't know that Luke Macfarlane was your type. I thought you like going after young black men. Allegedly. Watching that badly aging man always gives me the don't be talking about you a hater. I'm with it because I don't like Andy either. He irritates me. He makes my teeth itch. I don't particularly care for Andy Cohen. But anyway, just a untalented hack who just thinks that being annoying is a skill. But anyway, let's move on to our final topic. And let's talk about Trixie and Katya, who is going in and talking about that, leaving open the pot, even though they've said many a times that they wouldn't do Drag Race or come back for All Stars. They're actually opening up the possibility of actually wanting to do it. So I'm like, okay, sis. So let's not beat around the bush. Now, we all love Trixie and Katya back on RuPaul's Drag Race, especially Katya, who is so beloved and amazing at Drag Race that it feels criminal that she doesn't have a crown alongside Trixie. Now the pair of them are 2 of the most famous queens in the show's history. Trixie and Katya are currently using their platform and their Bold and the Beautiful podcast to do something everyone has wanted for ages, rewatching the entire season 7. It's the show that started it all for the pair of them, and the rewatch has been amazing so far. In the latest podcast, where Trixie and Katya are rewatching season 7 of RuPaul's Drag Race, and in particular, the iconic Shakespeare episode, the pair gives a revelation of the one thing that would make them return and compete again when they previously have always said they wouldn't go back on Drag Race. So in a voice note from Shakespeare Challenge producer Todd Masterson on the Bold and the Beautiful podcast as part of a season 7 RuPaul Drag Race recap, Masterson joked, "My pitch for the next All Stars reboot is to bring back just the entire cast of 7 and just do another season with you guys." I don't know about that because we didn't like season 7. Or maybe it was the challenges were the problem. But no, we don't need Ginger Minj again. No shade. After everything that happened with Ginger Minj, no, I need a break from her. And production that were behind all of that with her. And though he may have been joking, Trixie immediately responded, "I would do it in a heartbeat. I would do that so fast." Katya added, "I absolutely would. Mama, excuse me. Hold on for a second." The All-Star 2 finalists continued, "If I could get 3 months more preparation than everybody else and also $100,000 more than everybody else, Mama, I'd walk into that workroom insufferable. Now, Trixie then continued, can I be honest? I would do it for not even that much money. Actually, just season 7, and I want the same challenges again. I want to do it again like an obstacle course. We should just do it like a play. Now, with that being said, we all know like that's not going to happen. I don't know. Trixie and Katy, I would love to see them on RuPaul's Drag Race again, but I think like they feel like they're happy where their careers are right now. They like revisiting the old episodes and reminiscing and that sort of thing. But I don't know if I would want to see, or not even if I want to see, I would love to see them back on my screens doing All Stars 12, because All Stars 11 is already done. So, I'd be here for it. I would love to see them on there, but yeah, if they're gonna do it like this, I can't see that happening, because I just don't see like, oh, you're gonna actually do the same challenges years later, but just now they're more older, they're aware. Can you imagine if they even did that on a season? It's like when we do an All-Star, we're actually just gonna bring back a lot of those challenges that a lot of people didn't really excel at. That was kind of like the most polarizing of episodes or challenges, and see like, okay, so back then y'all were a mess with it, but now that you've matured and you understand how the show works and you've kind of done the whole Drag Race thing, how would you excel today on these challenges? So maybe that's an idea that Drag Race can take, is like, yeah, let's bring back some of those old challenges and see how the All-Star girls would excel in those challenges years later. So there's something there. But you know, I love Trixie and Katya. They're funny. I like their dynamic. There's a lot of girls out here who have great dynamics. We got the Bettys. We have sibling rivalry. We have fashion photo review. Like, I just love the dynamics between all those women. So, I mean, all the queens, I should say. And then especially with Trixie and Katya. So, I say all of this to you guys. What do you think of this story? Would you like to see Trixie and Katya back on our screens competing on All Stars? I don't think that their idea of what they jumped on would happen. But I would love to see them on. I feel like they're trolling and it's not going to happen, but I would love to see them back on our screens. It's just wishful thinking. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. She said, as a feminine gay guy, I'm learning to accept that. Well, it is what it is. Love yourself, because if you can't love yourself, how am I? Hell, you're going to love somebody else. That I'm going to be single, and men do want masculine men for us that who are feminine. No, there's feminine men out here who find love and could be in a relationship. But like I said, like I was over here quoting RuPaul, you have to love yourself before you can give that energy and love to other people. So I like my independence. I think maybe because I live in New York, I look at things differently. Like if a hookup or a relationship, something I'm like, oh well, there's other fish in the sea. There's millions of men in New York that we can choose from. So my options, I feel like, are probably way more, because you live in Arizona. So I don't know. It's different, I guess, out there with the type of men and the pickings versus my options. So that's probably how I am with it. It's just like, it's whatever. If I get a relationship, I get a relationship. If I don't, I don't. I'm not closing the chapter to it. But also at the same time, I like my just coming and going as I please, not having to answer to people. Because some people just be like, where you going? Who you with? That jealous shit, that don't work over here, because I will drop you like that. So we don't do that. Trixie sent on all winners too. Let's face it, her win was a fluke. She was on that. Why don't you know what? I think to revisit. That goes to show how there's been so many shows. I don't remember a lot. That's why I be rewatching them. Speaking of which, I gotta watch Slays and Royale. That's out, and I gotta start catching up on the French one. Self-love is the most important love. How are you gonna okay? I love those two, but admittedly, they're the only drag queens I know. Ooh. And RuPaul. They should do a runner-up season. That definitely would be a good idea. There's so many interesting ideas they could do with Drag Race, but I don't know. Y'all, these producers, y'all are a cackle over there. I don't know. Dating is a numbers game. Trust. There have been feminine gays who steal the men I want from under me, sometimes literally. And look, the thing that people only want straight acting or masculine presenting men or whatever, it's not true. there are feminine guys out here who definitely be snagging all types of dudes. Trust and believe. Yeah, that would be good. But the problem is, they be feeling like, oh, you got to pull a big girl finally did one, but she had to get on that Ozempic to win that award. I mean, to win the current season, and that would be Ginger Minj, because she was big, during her bracket, but when she came back to compete a year later, she was like 8 sizes her former self, which was small. She was a tiny old thing. So some people want a big girl to win. Me, I've already gone into this whole thing about the whole like drag race with this identity politics, like how, and I love Roxy. I love you, Roxy Andrews, and then Naysha Lopez, how they went in was like, well, what is going on? The Latinas are not winning, blah, 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 blah. And I do feel like I'm not dismissing a lot of what they're saying, because I do feel like what the real argument is that production, to me, likes to play up this stereotype regarding their Latin contestants, whereas like they barely speak English, or there's like some sort of there's some sort of comedy fodder. That's what I kind of get when they have like the Cuckoos and some of the other queens that have been on the show. Miss Aisha Balante, all of them. So it kind of gives me that. But it's like, no, there's some queens on the Jessica Wilds, all of them. Yeah, we get it. They're entertaining, they're funny, all that other stuff, but there's more to them than that. And I feel like the producers like to play in our face in regards of, who they want, the propping up their faves or whatever the case is. So they do a lot of that, and it kind of irritates me. But I don't want people winning just because, oh, it's time for a big girl to win. Oh, it's time for a Latina to win. Oh, it's time for a black girl to win. Oh, it's time for this one to win. Oh, it's time for a non-binary. Oh, it's time for a trans girl. It's like, if you are good at the challenges, and if you're really showing that you're a force to be reckoned with, that's where we should be going. But it's like these days, they want to create controversy to keep themselves going viral. That's what it seems like Drag Race is about. And it's like y'all killing with the spirit of the show. Yeah, I feel like depending on who it is, it takes a lot of us a long time to love ourselves. It took me a long time to get to that place too. But once you get to that place, you open yourself up to let, a lot of that positive or the good people into your life. So shout out to all the lovers out there and those who need love. Because I got something to say about it. And it goes something like this. Don't go for second best. Put your love to the test. You said, did I find the story, Spencer? Oh, you did? Well, I need to look that up. I was like, do I need to look that up now? You might have. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm finding they porn. It's like all the porn sites is popping up regarding. Nope. Not getting into that on here. But anyway, y'all. Okay, so we're at the end of the show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Thank you all for tuning in. It's like, yeah, we did a 4-hour show today because it was a lot of tea to spill. If I can conjure up some stories tomorrow, I'll definitely be coming on and giving y'all a live. Because Saturday and Sunday, I'm going, not Corn is tired. Well, it kind of is. It's like, it's a little, like that studio stuff, it gets a little boring after a while. It's too structured. But, yeah, so thank you all for tuning in. Hit that like button, that subscribe button, also smash the notification bell if you have not already. As y'all know, I'll be putting in the timestamps, all that good stuff. Thank you all for kicking with me in the comments for this long ass show, because it is 9 o'clock. I had to take a shower because I got to get up early in the morning, and then yeah, I'll be back on later on giving y'all another messy show. Should there be any interesting topics to tackle? So love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in and your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.